everyone. Good evening. Before we call the meeting to order, I'm just testing the sound quality. Can everyone hear all the way to the back? You're all set? Okay. So I call the Select Board meeting to order tonight, July 7th at 6:05 p.m. A motion to open the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Roll call. Mr. Gito?
Yes.
Mr. McCrisky?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cavey?
Here.
And Mr. Crowe?
Here.
And I am here as well. I ask everyone to stand if you're able to salute our flag. And Sean has a flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In accordance with Governor Baker's declaration of June 16, 2021, granting certain pandemic-related authorizations related to public board and town meetings, and recently extended until March 31st, 2023. This meeting will be conducted both in person and virtually via Google Meet. The meeting may be recorded by Smack Cable Television and broadcast large stream and may be live streamed at www.stoughtontv.org. A recording of the meeting, transcript, or other comprehensive record of the proceeding will be posted on the town's website and or Smack as soon as possible after the meeting if live broadcast or live streaming is unsuccessful. Times are approximate and items may be taken out of order at the chairman's discretion. So first, before we start, I would like to mention that there is one item, it's under the section of public hearing, that is being dismissed because the attorney representative, Attorney Perlman, for the application of change of ownership on Andreda Liquor Store. Liquor store requested a different day and time due to personal reasons. So that will not be discussed tonight. Everything else stands as is. We'll start with, our process will be, first, the election to engage in the process to change health insurance benefits under Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, 21 through 23. The lead will be our town manager, Mr. Coulter. He will introduce our advisors and experts, and that would be our town attorney, Kate Federal, and our representative, Chris Nunnally. With that said, take it away, Mr. Coulter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank all of you for joining us this evening. We know this is a very important issue. We know it's a very difficult circumstance for all of us. We hope to have a very open, honest, transparent, and civil conversation about where we are, how we got here, and where do we go from here. The chair lady has already introduced Chris and Kate, so I need not do that. But before Chris begins, I want to thank all of you for journeying up to the library. You know our circumstances, or if you don't, we had a major, very significant water leak in one of the sprinkler heads on Sunday morning. And it discharged more than 3,000 gallons of water throughout the building. And we sustained very, very serious damage. So up until 5 o'clock today, the elevator was not working, and so we felt it was only fair to change the venue in anticipation of the elevator not working. And so we appreciate those of you who journeyed over here and could participate this evening. So with that, I'd like to introduce Chris Nunnally from Arthur J. Gallagher and Company. Chris has been our insurance advisor for 7 years. And so with that, I'd like to turn this presentation. We will start with a full presentation, and I'm sure the chair would take Q&A at the appropriate time. So with that, I turn the mic over to Chris Nunley. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So today we're going to talk about the Stoughton Health Insurance, a little bit of the history, where we are today, and then kind of the path forward that might be. So if it's okay with the folks that are sitting around the select board table, there's a packet in front of you and a presentation that should be part of that packet. So we'll go through that today a little bit. Does that work for everybody? So the town of Stoughton is insured through a self-insured trust fund. So what does that mean exactly? It means we're a self-funded employer, which means our claims cost comes directly out of the town of Stoughton bank account. We pay health plans and administrators a TPA fee, and they administer the claims. They take care of the customer service, but in reality, it's the town of Stoughton who funds the claims. Does that make sense, everyone on the board, before we keep going? All right, awesome. So moving on to page 3 here, this looks at the trust fund over the last 5 years of fiscal year. So we start off in fiscal year 19. We had a trust fund balance of nearly $7.9 million, a little over $7.9 million. We then drew down that money over the years. So in fiscal year 20, we had $7.3 million. Fiscal 21, we had 6.5. Fiscal 22, we had 6.2. As of November 30th of this year, we had right below $3 million. And as of December 31st, we had $2.58 million. As Gallagher sees it, if our claims continue in this trend, we will be insolvent by July 1st of 2023. Any questions on that? And we'll get into kind of how we got here in a bit. But from a high-level perspective, does that make sense, everyone? How our trust fund over the years has slowly gone down, and this year it accelerated rapidly? All right. So the problem. So in fiscal year 20, we went from 3 carriers to 1 carrier. We went from Harvard Pilgrim, Blue Cross, and Tufts to 1 carrier, right, in HPI. The recommendation when we made that decision to move forward was a rate that was $832 for an individual and $2,222.88 for a family. The rate that the town decided to go forward back in fiscal year 20 was a rate of $777.65 and $2,077.46 for a family. So from a high level, we underfunded the claim significantly from the start. Does that make sense, everybody? Right, because that's important. Because again, when we talk about a self-funded trust, our revenues that we earn are from the working rate that we charge the members in the town, right? That feeds the trust fund, and from there, the claims and expenses come out of that trust fund. So if we underfund the trust from the beginning, you need to catch up over the years. What we're going to see coming up is we didn't catch up over the years, and that's why we are where we are today. So the next page simply shows you if we went back to 2019 and we did 6% increases year over year, we would not be in the situation we're in today. So the page after this gets into what Gallagher recommendations were compared to what we actually did, but what we see here today in front of us is if we went back and simply increased the Tufts rate back in fiscal year 19, 6%, then did 6% increases from there on, the 30% increase that we're talking about today would actually be less than what we would have accrued over the years from that 6% increase year over year. Does that make sense, everybody? So to put it in perspective, over that 5-year period, by not increasing rates, the town saved a substantial amount of money against their budget, clearly. The members, over that 5-year period, a family saved $2,000, give or take, and a family saved almost $5,500. So yes, the town saves.
So an individual saved.
So an individual saved right over $2,000, and a family saved right over right below $5,500. What's important to remember is the town of Stoughton pays a substantial amount of that premium, so the town of Stoughton also saved a substantial amount of money through those 5 years. Though the issue with saving that money is it had to come from somewhere, and where that somewhere was our trust fund. Right? That makes sense, everybody? So the next page after that simply shows you your average claims compared to year over year and the amount of claims. So that it goes over your utilization and the cost of the utilization of your claims. Right? What you can see there is from February 20 through November 2020, so that's 2 fiscal years, right? So we have fiscal year 20 and 21 time periods now. Just like every other health plan in the state claimed, COVID suppressed our claims pretty substantially through those years. So while Stoughton was not listening, while Stoughton did not increase the rates enough through those years, it was protected by the fact that COVID suppressed the claims. Does that make sense, everybody? So Gallagher came in with our our suggested increase, and Stoughton did a different increase, much lower, right? But it didn't show nearly the effect because COVID had suppressed the claims, right? Moving into fiscal 21 and 22, we then ended up paying in premium $2,600,000 in stop loss premium, while taking back $2.9 million in stop loss reimbursements. So through 3 fiscal years, we ended up getting money back from stop loss over and above what we spent, which is rare in the market. On top of that, COVID suppressed our claims. So now fast forward to today, fiscal year 23. As you could see on the graph in front of you, the amount of claims we have is accelerated. The cost per claim is accelerated. So when both of those things happened, it leads us to the place that we are today, which is on the next page. So as we sit as of December, and that's what we have our claims data through as we sit here today, we're down $2.3 million in the trust, right? We're averaging about $400,000 a month that we're spending over and above what we're taking in the way of working rates. And that's why we're gonna end up financially with a trust fund that's not, with no money left in our trust fund, insolvent. Any questions on kind of how we got to where we are today? Please.
So I'm working through the numbers that were, I'm on page 3. And,
Get close to your mic.
oh, thanks. I'm just working through the numbers on page 3. This is the where it's labeled the problem. You have fiscal year 19, 20, 21, 22. And then you have a couple of months in the middle of 23, followed by a projected fiscal year 23. And when I ignore the November 30th and the 31st, December 31st numbers, and just check year over year, assuming that projected number is correct, I'm seeing that, you may have already gone over this on another slide while I was working on these numbers, but we saw the money that was in the trust go from roughly 8 million down to a little over 7, 6.5, down to 6.2, and from the difference of all of those is right around $500,000 a year. $600,000, $800,000. Because of COVID, it only went down $300,000 the next year, and it looks like the projected is where we've been going down close to somewhere between $300,000 and $800,000. The projected decrease is $5.5 million in 1 year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, so that's, I think where you're going is kind of like why is there a change? Why is it so much more this year compared to the past years? Is that kind of the question
Well,
you're
I'm
asking?
trying to understand a couple of things. One is, I understand that there's more claims this year.
Sure.
But I think that anybody who was, sort of looking at these numbers as they were happening would assume we'd have a much longer runway, right? That we see it decreasing by about $600,000 a year. And we were surprised by this 1 year where instead of $600,000, it was closer to $6 million in 1 year.
Correct. Yep. So there's 2 things we're at work there, right? So we had our rates that were vastly underfunded compared to what our suggestions were, correct? So we were coming in with 20% increases. The town could only budget 2% at the given time, right? So because of that, we weren't keeping up with medical inflation. We weren't keeping up with our original projections. What saved you, why it was only dropping by 500,000 or 600,000 any given year, was because COVID suppressed the claims. So our expenses were just less those year, artificially so, mind you. Right, and then we got more stop loss reimbursements in than we were paying, right? That's all changed now. Now we're paying premium to stop loss. We're not going to see stop loss reimbursements over and above our premium, and of course, COVID is less of a factor now. So now we're catching up on those claims on top of it. So a lot of it was the claims didn't go away. They still are coming, and they're here for the most part. Our stop loss has turned around considerably, and not in the fashion of in the town of Stoughton. And then I think we just are using the health insurance plan more than we've ever used it as a town before. So to put it in perspective, the claims have gone up 40% this given year, which is unheard of. You don't see that.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Hello, Mr. Nunnally. My question is, I guess, 2-part. One is related to reinsurance.
Sure.
For a self-funded town, how does reinsurance equate to stop-loss reimbursement? But what does that mean exactly? Don't they also participate in the claims payment process. So that's one question.
Yeah, let me take that one first, if that works for you. Yeah, so that's a great question. So, sorry. So it's stop loss insurance and reinsurance. It's interchangeable terms for the by and large most part. So how it works in the town of Stoughton, for example, once a member hits $150,000 in claims, we then get reimbursed from a stop loss carrier for every dollar above that. So it caps the town of Stoughton's liability on any given member at $150,000. Then we get all that back in reimbursements. We pay a stop loss carrier premium monthly per member for that coverage. Did I answer your question? Did it make sense?
Yes, it does.
So so what happened was, and this is irregular, is we paid, whatever the numbers are, we paid $2.6 million in premium and received back $2.9 million. So the market caught up to us. So now we're properly priced for our risk, right? So now we're not getting back nearly as much reimbursements per dollar we're spending. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So we had a 10% ROI on stop loss premiums, and that's not a normal happenstance.
Thank you very much. That was very descriptive. My second question is related to, is it possible that the results are worse than what's reported here? Because I automatically think of IBNRs.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Incurred but not reported losses. Some have a longer tail than others. So is it possible, and is it likely, and how likely is it if the results are much worse than they are reported on your exhibit?
Yeah, and that's a phenomenal question. So then that's where we find ourselves in today. So essentially, if we include IBNR, then we'll be in a negative trust fund scenario by the end of this year. So, and that's important, right? And I think maybe the reason you're asking is because, what if we want to go to a fully insured environment? What if we want to go to the GIC? What if we want to do a number of different things? We're still going to be on the hook for a run-out claim. So we really can't make any decisions to move anywhere or to make any other outside of our current funding scenario decisions with where we currently are, because our IBNR, so that's incurred but not reported claims. So, so to your point, we're worse off if we include the IBNR figures in there.
Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Please proceed. I don't see that there are any other
thank you.
questions.
Sorry. So we'll move on. So kind of where we are today is, I think we've gone over that. We've gone over the problem pretty exclusively here. So when we got to this point, there's really few options remaining to us, right? We have to increase rates. I think everyone can understand that. We have to make up that shortfall. We have to do that as quick as possible, right? Because we have to make sure we have a solvent health plan so members can still continue to go use a doctor and pick up their medication. So that's number one. That's the first thing that our Gallagher recommended to Tom, basically, I think the second day you held the office. And then the next recommendation is that we need to go and negotiate plan design differences, right? Because what we're doing is it's something we can't keep doing. It's not sustainable. So there's different avenues to do that. So we met with the IAC, which is already formed. It was a fairly active IAC, and there was no motivation to change at that point, right? So we talked with Tom, we talked with legal, and the suggestion was to use Chapter 32B, Sections 21 to 23. What that does is it does a couple things for us. It allows us, number one, to change the plan design up into the benchmark. The benchmark is the most enrolled plan design. If you look in your packet, it's the last page. It does a plan design comparison for you, right, which is the GIC. That's the most enrolled plan within the GIC, right? So it allows you to change the plan benefits up into those benchmarks. Sections 23 allows you to actually go into the GIC should the town decide that's in their best position. There's some rules around that. There's mitigation that's involved, but in the reality is it allows you to change the plan design up into the most enrolled plan design in the GIC, which is in your packet. You don't have to go all the way to the benchmark, but it allows you to go up into that benchmark. And then Section 23 allows you to go into the GIC. And that's how we saw as your only path forward at this point. Because number one, the increase in rate is your Band-Aid approach. It saves you today. It allows your fund to have money within your trust fund so members can continue to go see a doctor, get their prescriptions. And then the Section 21 to 23 allows you to address the downstream issue of your plan design being rather rich and not sustainable for the town to afford, and likely its membership as well. So that was our two-pronged approach. Any questions on that before we keep going?
So the GIC, the GIC, that's the municipal insurance offering, or not, the Massachusetts offering to employees, is that correct?
Yeah,
Or
so
is that just the city of Boston?
Yeah, no, so historically, the GIC was first founded to be the insurance carrier for all state employees, right? Somewhere in 2012, don't quote me on that, it may have been 2010, they opened it up to all municipal groups can join within the state of Massachusetts. Again, don't quote me on the exact year, I'm not 100% on that. So the idea would be sorry.
I was an underwriter for like about 15 years.
I could tell. I could tell with the IBNR question. You've seen some calculations before. So yeah, that was a suggestion by Gallagher, and I think town council also agreed with that the town does need to adopt section 21 to 23 to have a hope of changing plan design in time to make a difference for fiscal year 24. So beyond that, I don't think we have to go through the GIC benchmark plan design differences unless you all are very curious about those. Happy to go through those line by line if you want me to. But in the interest of time, I'm not sure that it would be helpful for you guys to get that information.
So my question to my fellow board members, do you have any specific questions? If not, I would like to open the questioning up to our guests. And we have some guidelines in that regard. But I first will start with my fellow board members. Okay? So I guess none. I'll just wait until I hear. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay. If there are questions, please feel free to step forward. There are chairs and table. I have some parameters, so I'll go through the parameters. Before citizens' comments, I would like to remind everyone or state some general ground rules of this agenda item, which I, as chair, would like to voice as a preference before we begin. Citizens' comments is an opportunity for the board to hear from the public, but it shouldn't be a dialogue or a debate. I therefore encourage the board members and the town manager to listen to the comments made and make note of those that you want to follow up on or that warrant further discussion. If it's an item that needs further discussion, I'll put it on the agenda for a future meeting. If it requires follow-up, we can direct the town manager to do so. If the comment doesn't require board discussion at a further meeting or follow-up by the town manager, I would request that we simply try to say thank you and continue to the next speaker and then on to the board's business. I'll try to give everyone all the time they need, but we have a full agenda, as we always do. So I ask that the speaker limit their comments to 1 to 2 minutes, no more than 3, please. And everyone addresses the board should refrain from making personal charges or disparaging remarks or from verbal attacks upon the character or motives of members of the town boards or town staff or citizens of the community and or each other. All speakers are encouraged to present their remarks during this section and be in a respectful manner. Whenever possible, please try and refrain from mentioning the names of private individuals in your public comments. So thank you very much. With that, if you have any questions or comments, please step forward.
Madam Chair, one comment while we're waiting for the speaker.
Yes, Mr.
We
Combs.
provided copies of this presentation to the IAC representatives. But
Okay.
if there's anyone in the room that would like a copy of this presentation, you need to just give Deanna or myself a call and we'll send it to them right away.
Oh, okay. Before you begin and state your name and your address, would anyone like a copy just to, okay. Thank you. I saw Ms. Suick, Peggy Suick raised her hand as well.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Thank you. My name's Andrew McCormick. I'm here representing the Stoughton Teachers Association. And I just have 2 questions, if you don't mind.
Okay.
One, I was wondering, why can't the town pay out of the stabilization funds temporarily to make sure the fund is solvent while they negotiate with town employees for a longer-term solution?
And Mr. Coulter, did you want to defer to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can answer that question. We originally in the budget were asking it to be taken out of the stabilization fund. Based upon the advice of the Finance Committee, they were concerned, rightfully so, I appreciated their counsel, that would require a 2/3 vote at town meeting, as opposed to free cash that would take a simple majority. And that if it failed at town meeting, we would have no options after May 1st, and the fund would go solvent. So this is perhaps the best chance we have of getting this measure passed by town meeting, and that's why we went the route of using free cash.
Thank you. And one more question, if that's okay?
Yes, please.
What has the town tried to do prior to increasing the cost on employees by 30%? And have you considered working with the town employees using Section 19?
Yeah, I think I could address, if it's all right, Madam Chair, I could address the first section of that question, and then the Section 19 I might pass off to Kate if that works for you. So as far as the thing that the town has done to control costs, and I think that's essentially what your question is. So back in fiscal 20, we made a lot of the big decisions, a lot of the big moves to save a fair amount of money. And we would have realized if we followed recommendations, we actually realized more savings than we should have, but we would have realized about $1 million of savings. What we did is we moved from 3 carriers, which are ASO, which we were paying high admin fees to, which are fixed costs, to 1 TPA, and we paid a substantially less admin fee. On top of that, we then directly contracted with a pharmacy benefit manager to then get all the rebates put back into our own program, which has worked successfully pretty well. We put in place a telemedicine offering, which allows members to 24/7, 365 talk to a doctor instead of going to an ER or urgent care. We've done a lot of things around the formulary. That's the drugs that get prescribed to our members. We've controlled that as much as we can. We've done things like international drug purchasing. We put Abacus, which is diabetes care management. I guess where I'm going with this, we've done a substantial amount of things to control cost, and frankly, a lot of those things have worked rather successfully. We just we underfunded our rates, and that's the simple fact of the matter from the start, and we never improved from there. And some things happened during that history, which we went over, which helped, I think, mitigate that issue. But the challenge is those things that help mitigate the issues are now not helping us anymore. So there's no longer a Band-Aid approach. So I guess what I'm trying to say, we made all the big moves back in 2019, and we just over-realized that savings. Did I answer your question? That makes sense?
So, yeah, thank you.
And then as far as the section, why not use Section 19 instead of 21 to 23? Do you want to go after that, Kate, or do you want me to?
Either way, I'm fine to answer it. Essentially, I'm not sure if I'm being picked up. Am I being
Yes.
picked up? Is this better?
Wait just a minute. He's checking.
Should I do this?
Oh, that's better.
That might
Is that
work.
better?
Yeah,
Yes.
that works, yes.
Sorry.
Worked really
That-
well.
That wasn't better. Okay, you ready for me? Okay. So essentially, the section 21 through 23 approach provides a really truncated period, because what it does is, apart from various procedural steps that we have to engage in, notices to the IAC, to the members of what would be the PEC, describing what the financial package would look like, what the benefits would look like, what the savings are, how we intend on mitigating the increased costs to those who are disproportionately affected, and that's mainly the retirees and low-income workers. Apart from those procedural requirements, there's a 30-day negotiation period. If the negotiations fail during that really well-defined statutory period, it goes to an appeals process, which looks at 3 different prongs. Specifically, are our numbers accurate? And generally, the other 2 prongs are the mitigation packages or efforts sufficient? So really what it does is it sets the period for us to react and to try to recover financially to that 30-day window plus the appeal period if we're unable to reach agreement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from our guests? Yes, please step forward and state your name and address.
Craig Bollier, President Stoughton Teachers Association. So I actually have 2 comments and a question. First off, the use of the IAC is a huge farce. Everyone that's been sitting on the IAC know that we hold absolutely no power. We sat in the room last year, this year, screamed the sky's fallen, and we've seen those numbers in the trust fund dwindle. But not once were we asked to actually attempt to have any changes in health insurance. Rather, the town opt to go through this section, or well, sections 21 through 23, rather than section 19, and take it out of our hands. We sat in that room and we know the sky is falling. Something has to happen. A 6% increase year after year, that's something members can budget for, but 30% at one shot, that's $2,400 for someone on a family plan. And for people that live paycheck to paycheck, this is going to financially ruin them. So the IAC, like being thrown around like we have to give notice, the IAC has been a joke as long as it's been here. And if you talk to the members who've been there for the past 15 years looking at that, same thing, they have no power. So I think the big question that I have is, why didn't the town follow the paid advice of Gallagher? Because as he stated and several times, the advice was ignored. In 21, there was a proposed 8% increase, the town did 0. In 22, seeing the writing on the wall, there was a 16.8% proposed increase, the town went up 2%. This current fiscal year, 20.2% increase is what was advised, 2.5%. We begrudgingly went from 3 carriers down to 1 to save the town and employees money. Where'd that money go? Thank you.
So,
May I?
yeah, please.
Madam Chair, I thank the gentleman for his comments. I want to make clear from a town manager's standpoint, and for previous town managers who have made these very hard decisions, for every dollar the members put in towards insurance, the town puts in $3. It's 70-30 split, so approximately $3. I've gone back 6 years and looked at town budgets. In almost every year, if the town increased rates at the level Gallagher had recommended, we would have been much better off from a financial standpoint. However, there would have been massive reductions in services and in employees. They would have necessitated serious layoffs. I can speak from a conversation with Dr. Grimm. Those considerations were considered, and it was out of respect for the citizens who expect a certain level of services, and out of respect for employees who deserve their jobs, that the decision was made to hope for the best, that post-COVID, that the numbers would stay at the COVID levels and we would be solvent. It was a bet that didn't work out. People who had delayed optional surgeries were now availing themselves of those surgeries. People who had the opportunity to get services at a local clinic or from their primary care doctor were going to the emergency room. And we've got data after data after data that shows that. And so the bet that it would level off after COVID was a bet that didn't work out. But I can tell you from speaking to Dr. Grimm and other town managers, it would have been a lot more difficult to have significant reductions in services and significant reductions in employees. Several of the employees in this room would have been impacted. One last thing I want to address with respect to the gentleman's comments. There was a 4-page letter that he authored suggesting that the town misused, I'm paraphrasing, misused the funds in the trust fund. So since that time, Mr. Rowe and I and Chris have scrutinized every penny, every dollar spent. And I can tell you with 100% certainty, every dollar spent from that trust fund was spent on employee claims. And I resent the comment in that 4-page letter without any evidence that there was any mismanagement of funds. But this is America, and the gentleman can say as he pleases. But the real reason that the trust fund, that the premiums were not increased, is the town simply couldn't afford it. There was no money. And they were not, The town managers before me were not willing to reduce staff or reduce services to the citizens of this town. They were betting that something would happen that would level things out, and the bet didn't pay off. That's why we are where we are today. It was well intended. It was not carelessness. It was a very determinate decision based upon humanity. So I just thank you for allowing me to speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could speak to that question would be where'd the money go? I guess the money went back to the town and the members by way of not increasing the premium, right? So I think we talked about a little earlier. I think an individual saved over that period by not listening to Gallagher's recommendation. Individuals saved $2,000, give or take, and members saved $5,000. The town, to Tom's point, saved 3 times that amount, right? So the town saved $16,000 per family and $6,000 per individual during that time period. So the savings was realized. It was over-realized, if that makes any sense. And that's exactly why we find ourselves in this position.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Cavey, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, I mean, I want to speak to some of the concerns, because I was in some of the rooms when these conversations were happening. And not so much this one, but the idea that, so, you know, the average increase, given the numbers you've presented, was, as I mentioned before, about $600,000. We're looking at close to $6 million in 1 year. It's a 1,000% increase. I think that if any, even if there's an expectation that there would be a big increase, I don't think anybody expected a 1,000% increase in spending in 1 year. And so I think that was I mean, I was shocked having seen this, these projections.
Real quick, let me just add to that, to your point, because you're right. So even underneath, if we follow Gallagher's recommendations to the T, we'd still be down to $3.4 million projected by the end of this fiscal year. So to your point, that's catastrophic. So yeah, I guess that backs up your statement as well.
Yeah, and the you know, even what I'm seeing in here, I'm still seeing decreases happening during COVID. I mean, I guess they could have been worse. But I do recall in many of our conversations in budgeting concerns during the COVID years, myself, I think other members of our board were adamant on not sort of doing whatever we could to prevent layoffs. That was simply not acceptable on a moral basis. And I assume that some of these decisions have come back around to bite us all. I'm not sure if I regret having done that. The idea of laying off town employees during a pandemic, where we'd be sending people off, people who work in this community and dedicate their life to it, sending them off with the best wishes and no health care, was simply it was not acceptable to anybody. I know prior time managers expressed the same concerns. And this is the price we pay, but I think it was looking back on it, I don't think I would have made another choice, even knowing this was coming down the pike.
Yeah, no, and I would say to your point, no one could have seen this drastic of a claims increase in one given year, to your point.
Any other questions? Okay, with that said, Attorney Federal or Mr. Nunnally, did you want to proceed with your recommendations or go to the next step on the agenda?
I mean, yeah, I think, so my recommendations are the following. I think we'd be in agreement on this one, is to raise the rates 30%, which I think is not part of this vote, but then also to proceed with adopting Chapter 32B, Sections 21 and 23. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I believe you have a motion in your packet. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong.
Oh, it's yours?
I'm about to unplug the whole thing.
That motion, is that motion in the packet?
It's on there.
It is.
Did you,
Do you want me to read it in? I could read it in if you want me to.
yes, please read it into the record.
Election to engage in the process to change health insurance benefits under MGL Chapter 32B, Sections 21 through 23.
Whatever you
To my board members, did you want to take a recess, or are you ready to make a motion? Yes, Mr. Carrera.
I'd just like to ask before, it's on, but it's hot. I'd just like to ask once more to everybody that's here, if what we're doing fits with what you want. You don't, we didn't hear where they stood, we heard from two people. So it'd be nice to hear what they stood for, and then we could take the break and figure out what you wanna do from there. What do you think?
Oh, sure. We gave them an opportunity to ask their questions, make their comments, and two came up, and it looked like it was pretty unanimous that they were opposed to the recommendation.
This is the motion here.
But, I would like to recognize
Oh, no, this is
our
the-
town
sorry.
clerk,
Here.
Mrs. Carrara. Could you please step forward?
It's, it is, but I can write it out. It's, here, I'll write it here. And you know how messy my hand is.
I cannot even hear.
Hey, Steph. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I know factually from discussion with members today, it's not unanimous that the group wants 19. There are many town employees that fully support 21 through 23.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stephanie
Thank you.
Carrara, Town Clerk, Town of Stoughton. For my edification, I would like to just, if the gentleman from the insurance company could just kind of synopsisize what 21 through 23 is and what 19 is, because you have a room full of people, and I have insurance. I want to know what it means. I want to understand what the school wants. I want to understand what the town side wants, so that when you make a vote, I'm going to understand how much money it's going to be, and I will have clarity on that. It's easy to understand what the gentleman is saying, but I'm sitting in the audience going, what's Mass General Law? It's not a general law that I need to know, therefore, I just want clarification for both sides so that I understand what vote you're gonna be taking tonight, if that's possible. Thank you.
Yes, it absolutely is.
You want me to take it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Attorney Federal.
Fingers crossed with the mic. So essentially, health reform allowed towns to elect to take from the negotiation table defining what health insurance benefits are. So the GIC has a plan, and it may have a certain copay for a doctor's visit or a certain copay for an emergency room visit, deductibles, oops, I'm so sorry, deductibles, etc. The town, by adopting this legislation, can essentially mirror what that plan looks like, or give a greater benefit, but mirror. And as a consequence, the cost of the insurance will be decreased. But in exchange for that, you have to share some of those costs with those employees who are disproportionately affected. So retirees who have less ability to be flexible when reacting to changes in their benefits, and lower income employees. So essentially what that means is that we can modify those co-pays and deductibles and mirror the GIC and share some of the savings with the employees. So 25% up to that amount may be shared with those who are disproportionately affected. But it truncates that process. So the town has to meet with the people who would otherwise be on the PEC, same people who would be the PEC, which is the Public Employees Committee, So that's a member of each union and a retiree representative. And you talk about what those mitigation measures are going to be. So you talk about, here's what the plan design is gonna look like starting July 1st, and here's how we're going to try to soften the effect of that for those people who are less able to react. And that's what the legislation does. Does that make sense? I don't know who asked. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but I'm gonna tell this board and everyone in this room, as a person that pays for the insurance out of my paycheck, I do not want having $1,000 deductible that I have to dish out before I can get the health care that I want.
Okay, just follow-up question. When the PEC's formed, how are the votes tabulated?
So it is 10% of the vote goes to the retiree member, and then the balance of the 90% balance goes to the unions. It's actually a weighted vote, so based on membership in your union, and I forget how many unions there are in Stoughton. If it's weight, so it's a weighted average. It's a weighted, so
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So the number, so if you're a union with a large membership, you have more of a vote.
And when I was in a union, I will say this, I always asked that instead of having single and family, if we could have, single employee plus one and family. Because I'm dishing out for 6 kids and I have none. So I want to be protected. I'm speaking for myself, but I don't know if anyone else feels this way. I do not want to pay money that the state has to pay with the GIC, and you have to have that $1,000 deductible. No way. And my husband's on this board, and we can battle back and forth, but I do not want that type of insurance. And I'm telling everybody in this room I don't want it, and I don't care if you don't like me or not. But we work hard for our money. If someone messed up, not taking money out where they were supposed to, we have to pay for it. That's one thing. But don't stick it to us that we have to pay that $1,000 deductible and then get the health care that we want.
Yes, please. There's a seat. And going forward, instead of talking from the audience, if you could step forward and sit at the chair, so we can make sure everybody gets on tape and are recognized.
I've got 2 boots
And you
on.
just did the same thing again, Ms. Carrara.
Sorry, I was just explaining my injury that we're all paying for.
And please state your name and your address.
My name is Jim Curtin. I live on Swanson Terrace in Stoughton. I'm a member of Precinct 4 Town Meeting.
Okay.
Sorry. Better?
Yes, much
Okay.
better.
All right. Are we putting the cart before the horse? No matter what, from what we understand, insurance is going up 30% July 1 regardless. Regardless of what happens, we can't go into another plan because we don't have enough money in the trust to cover the outstanding bills, correct? So why are we going to adopt this now when we haven't even looked at other options? Now, the firefighters, they participated in the BFIT Challenge to get money for different charitable organizations. I was there, I listened to 3 different people from 3 different insurance companies that said, send us over your paperwork, let's see if we can help. One was from Maya, the other one was from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And Blue Cross Blue Shield has actually, their municipal division, has actually worked with different municipalities who are trying to get out of the GIC and have successfully given them plans that have gotten them out of the GIC. So I think you're a little bit, it's a little preliminary to be, adopting 21 through 23 now. So I'm asking you to table this. I've been on the Insurance Advisory Committee for over 20 years. We did run into problems earlier in my career, and the town and the unions were able to negotiate what we needed to do to keep our insurance where it is. And I'm asking you to do that again. Give us the opportunity to sit down with you and figure this out. But right now, whether you adopt 19, 21, or 23, I think you're going way too fast. You don't have to do it, especially if all it takes to do a 21 to 23 vote is just a selectmen's meeting. So it looks like you guys can do it at the snap of a finger. So why sit there and do it now, and why not give us time? Because from a union standpoint, it looks like you don't trust us. You don't trust us to sit down and work with you, so you're gonna sit there and you're going to take an ability away from us to negotiate our insurance, so that, because 21 through 23, it's 30 days. From the time you vote on it, it's 30 days. And then after that, we've either negotiated it or you can implement it, and it's not fair. Okay, so that's from me. I thank you all for your time. Oh, and lastly, I don't know if anybody said this, I'm sorry I was late to the party, but this was not the employee's fault. Your positions, and they changed, so it may not be you yourself, but your positions, you decide how much the insurance is gonna go up. You decide when the insurance advisory committee is going to meet. You decide when Chris is gonna come out and give us the information. And I know that he comes out a lot more to talk to the board and HR and the town manager than he does to sit down with the insurance advisory committee. So I'm asking you, give us some time, let's see what we can do. Let's see if there's an insurance company out there that can help us out. But there's plenty of time, because regardless, the insurance rates are going up July 1st, and we're not going into anything until next year. So please, table a vote.
There was a question in there, and I think I parsed it out, and that question is, why does a vote need to be taken tonight? So, huh? Mr. McCrisky was waiting to ask that same question. So I defer to, either, our advisor, Nunnally, or our attorney, so
I think
we can hear from both of you if you would like.
I'll give you basically the health insurance perspective of that question. So why the vote needs to happen tonight, or rather rapidly, is because we're out of time, right? We've talked about how we're gonna be insolvent in the health insurance trust. We're gonna do a 30% increase. That's an increase that the town may not be able to shoulder year over year. And then to the attorney's point earlier, this doesn't mean that you're gonna go right to the GIC benchmark. It doesn't mean you're gonna go into the GIC. This vote simply allows us and puts a timetable in place that we must come to an agreement, and if we don't, there's actions that can be taken. And that, from a health insurance perspective, the rest of it doesn't matter to me. But for the health insurance perspective, that's important. We need to get change effected as quick as possible. We need to increase the rates. Those two things need to happen as soon as possible for us to have a solvent health plan moving forward.
I mean, there's nothing really else to add. I can't speak to the financials. It's just tonight's vote starts the process, right? So if it gets delayed, then the process gets delayed. So tonight is the trigger to start the process, which then triggers us to send notices, which then triggers us to meet with the IAC and then with the PEC.
Kate, I apologize. Is it usually about 5 months it takes from start to finish, give or take,
I
sometimes
think
more?
roughly, yeah.
Okay. So to put in perspective, I mean, everyone knows it, but the fiscal year starts July 1st, right? So we're February, what is it, the 6th, 7th? So we're in that time period.
So is the acronym ISC?
IAC, Insurance Advisory.
Oh,
IAC.
So it was a previous speaker, and I can't recall his name, but he said, he made a comment, the IAC has no power. And that was a statement that no one challenged, and I just want to.
That's my question.
That was your question too?
I mean, yeah.
Well, if I can,
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Yes.
And again, I'm not an employee of the town, and I don't have to pay these. I pay my own insurance, which is substantial. But the question made by Jim Curtin struck me. I know we have to do this. I know the time frame. Does a couple weeks difference make a big deal? I would like to engage with our employees. We talk about our employees and how crucial they are to the town, and that they're our team, and they're our public servants, to the residents, whether they work at the library, DPW, police, fire, schools, ever. I think we owe them at least a sit-down. If things can't work, then we have to just be able to say, this won't work. And if we have to come back to this point and we have to take the vote, I can't see what a 2-week is gonna do. I mean, if we have to take a tough vote, we're gonna have to take a tough vote. But I've always wanted to try to work with somebody across the table, give dialogue so that they can go back to their employees and say, we asked this question and we found out this. It doesn't hurt to engage in a conversation. But I understand, and I wish we had information at the time that was probably a little bit more pointed, to say, I wouldn't recommend this. I wouldn't recommend this. We've talked about this on a different issue of water and sewer rates. When every time the sewer rates come up, we don't raise it at the rate that MWRA goes up, and now everyone's wondering why we have to go up with a giant sewer rate. When our costs are going up, we have to pass that through, instead of saying we're gonna be the nice guys and not put that burden on somebody. But we're paying things on a credit card. Credit cards are due now. So that's just my input. I have to say, Mr. Coulter, since you've been here, unfortunately, on our end, you're finding out things that we were doing wrong. And this board can only lean on the trust of the people that are in government doing the job, town managers, whether it be accountants or whatever. We're volunteers of the residents. So we only get one side of information, and we have to trust the people giving that to us. But getting back to this, is there any damage? Mr. Coulter, I'm gonna look at you more because you're in that corner office there. Is there any hurt that even if we sat down in the next week and just allow the employees to be heard and to talk with the consultant as well, so that even if they're not happy, they're gonna understand a little bit more as to why we're doing this, and just come back with that? Because again, you've been very good at communicating with people since you've been here. A lot of us, this board included, didn't like what we're hearing, but we're finding out these things, and I would just like to offer them that same opportunity.
Thank you for the question, Mr. McCristy. I don't think 1 week harms anyone, but it will take 5 months, and we are in a dire situation if we don't meet that schedule. We will be insolvent, the employees will have no health insurance. The state prescribes the process we're taking, and it takes 5 months.
Okay.
And July 1st is less, 4 months and 23 days away. And I do want to point out, I am, as you've said, and I appreciate the comment, I'm a big communicator. I attended the IAC meeting last week, 2 weeks ago, where Chris presented this to the IAC. I'm assuming that the IAC representatives are communicating this to all of their constituents. I expect that this presentation, which they have a copy of and have had a copy of for quite a while, has been presented truthfully to all of their members. So that it's not a big surprise. But if the board feels that, we're already 2 weeks behind or a week and a half behind in terms of the 5-month process, if the board feels that another week would be helpful, it's your choice. And I would support whatever your choice is. But we're up against the clock right now, and this is, the last people that got this presentation was the Board of Selectmen. The IAC has had it for some time,
Okay.
and they presented it to their members.
But my concern is we're trickling information down, and I think that we owe them the opportunity to bring their comments up for consideration, with Chris and yourself. And if it's not possible, they're at least getting information as to why. And I'm not doubting, but, I'd like to hear, their input, or have you hear their input, so that we can get that through here without it being here, and, people wonder, are they ever gonna get another chance to talk? So I think it helps me to know that you spoke with them, and you tried to go back and forth, you listened to their concerns, and that we had our side, and I think as long as we're communicating, in the nature of my work, sometimes things don't work out the way either side wants it, but it's gotta go one way or the other. So that would be just my hopes that we could do that. And, I don't think there's anyone that's not gonna, if they're invited, the chairs of the individual, the IAC, is gonna say, no, we can't make it the next week. If they don't show up after they're given the opportunity, well, it kinda speaks, of itself. So, and that's, I'd be open to, at a point, I'll make a motion to that, if my colleagues wanted to support that. If not, but I'll let everybody else speak now. Thank you.
Mr. Carrara.
With an issue this sensitive, can we just? Madam Chairman,
Scott, we shut it off.
I have the switch over here, Scott. Disconnect.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Good, see if it works now.
can you hear me now? No.
No. Maybe just project.
Can I speak?
Yes, please, just project.
Hello? No, he's got him off. He's got him off over there.
Wait, wait.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it on? Yeah, we're
There you
good,
go.
we're good now. Madam Chairman, if we're gonna have a meeting that's this, can we just have the meeting on the insurance that night so that we don't have to worry about, oh, we're gonna be 2 minutes too late or too early? I'd just like to hammer this out in one session.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Kerr, that's a great idea.
You could put that in your motion, Joe. Now something
Remember
else.
you said that. Remember you said that. You take a meeting this long and make it that long.
Mr. McChrystal, before you make that motion, there are two that are in line to talk, and I would like to hear their question. There are two, hear you, and then you can make your motion, please.
Everybody should be heard.
Yeah.
Sit in your seat, be quiet.
Amanda Grant, 191 Atkinson Ave. I'm a paraprofessional at the Daw Elementary School, and I'd like to ask one question about a point that was made. Increases weren't made because during COVID, because you were afraid you would lose teachers, all employees, you would lose employees. What do you think will happen with a 30% increase? We are already dealing with a teacher shortage, a para, and an aide shortage. What do you think will happen when a family account goes above practically what a teacher makes, like a para makes? Stoughton is not known for paying a heck of a lot of money. I'm sorry. Paras make next to nothing compared to other towns.
We understand.
Now you're going to increase insurance by 30%. Who do you think you're going to lose at this point? You thought about that during COVID, you thought about that during the year after COVID, but you're not thinking about it now. And the people who will suffer are the students that will be missing these people in the classroom. Please think about that.
Before we go to the next speaker, Vice Chair Cavey.
Yeah, I don't have a comment.
And then Mr. Gito, I'm sorry.
I don't have a comment on that, but I did want to follow up on that with a question. And I think it goes to something that I've been trying to get my head around a little bit. Since I'm privately employed, I have my own insurance, and when I look at the plan of the town or even the GIS compared to my own, I notice that I think my deductible is like $6,500, right? It's so $1,000 to me sounds very generous. I don't mean to belittle it at all. What I want to do is understand, compared to like other healthcare plans, if we were to make a change, how would it compare against other communities, other municipalities, and just get an idea of where those changes might lie. If we're looking to increase something to the point where we, to the last speaker's point, make ourselves uncompetitive for employees, that obviously means something. But if it's very competitive, if we end up
Just a minute, everyone. Just a minute. We're trying to understand.
But if what we do is end up in a place where we in fact are competitive with other communities, that would also be helpful information to have.
Yes, I think the question is our plan design going to be competitive if we change it? So,
I don't think your microphone is on, Mr. Nunnally.
of course, it's not while we're here.
No, mine wouldn't work, yours wouldn't work.
Okay, just 1 minute, everyone.
Yeah, so I think the question is if we change our plan design and move all the way to the benchmark, will we still could be competitive? So a couple things there. I think when you do chapters 21 to 23, you don't always have to go right to the benchmark. That's number one. So you could end up somewhere in between your plan design as you have it today and the GIC benchmark plan design. Right? Is that me or so?
No, it's not.
And then beyond that, are you going to be comparable to other communities in the area? So the answer is yes. So most other communities, not most, but the vast majority of municipalities in the state of Massachusetts have elected 21 to 23, and a lot of them have brought their plan designs to that benchmark. So you will be right in there with a lot of the other communities around you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, how
Hi.
are you? State your name and your address.
Hello. Hi. Adam Thornton, 72 Leland Road in Stoughton. I'm a Stoughton High graduate, but I work for Blue Cross. I'm on the municipal team, and I've worked for Blue Cross for over 18 years, so I'm very familiar with municipal business. I've actually brought 9 accounts out of the GIC in my tenure at Blue Cross. I think I don't know everything Stoughton's done. I know at one point you did consolidate down from 3 carriers to 1 carrier, which was a good move. But I do think you have time to still explore the full market, and I would ask that you do that. There's a lot of good joint purchase groups in the area. Maya, of course. There's Southeastern Mass Health Group, West Suburban, and there's also other cost-saving measures you can implement that don't include cost share. But I would like to offer my services to help the town explore other options as well that might provide some savings. So I apologize, I had the meeting, it was indicated it was at 7, so that's why I wasn't here at 6. But I live in the town, I'm a municipal employee of Blue Cross, full disclosure, but I would like to help in any way I can, because if the town can save money, that helps everybody, including myself as a taxpayer.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nunnally.
Yeah, I can
Thank
speak
you
to
very
some of
much,
that.
Adam.
Yeah, so I think, to Adam's point, I think you always want to look at the market as a whole. Well, what I will say, and I think Adam can agree to this, even being a Blue Cross salesman, that your claims are your claims are your claims. Fixed costs is where really the carriers, I mean, there's different network discounts, and that conversation can be had between Harvard and Blue Cross and Tufts, whatever the case might be. But at the end of the day, the vast majority of your costs are your claims, right? Blue Cross affixes an admin fee, just as HPI does, just as Harvard does. So I don't want to leave this board with the impression that if we simply switch a carrier, we're going to save enough money to make a difference. That's not where we're at this point. So we made that move from 3 carriers to 1. So oftentimes when municipalities run into challenges, I get a lot of outreach from different carrier salespeople saying, "Hey, we'd be happy to help." And as I mentioned to Adam, right now we don't need your help. Right now we need to right the ship, fix it, and then of course we're going to look at the market, because right now we have no options to go out to the market. Just because to your point, we don't have enough money in our trust fund to pay our run-out claims, so we can't go to a fully insured model like Maya. We could switch carriers, right? An ASO carrier if that's if it made financial sense. But again, we have no run-out to pay, right? And again, we're only talking about the fixed costs, which is a very small slice of the overall pie. So I just don't want this board to hear that and think one carrier can come in and save the day. That's not where we're at. We're talking maybe 1 or 2 percentage differences between different carriers.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Well, I just wanted to
Adam,
respond to that. I think I lost my mic. Every year, each carrier does have to file with the state of Massachusetts in terms of their trend, which is the medical rate of inflation, and Blue Cross is consistently lower than some of the other carriers. And when you're in a joint purchase group, for instance, like Maya, they have 80,000 members, so when they have large claims, they actually pool those over many more people. And a joint purchase group like Maya also has a rate band where even if you have your worst year, for instance, I think this year I'm trying to remember their cap, but every year they set a cap.
10% was their cap this year.
Right. So respectfully to Chris, there are cost savings opportunities that should be looked at. And one thing I noticed on the plan design, there's also cost savings. Everybody's on a EPO. There are what are called select network plans, limited networks, that sometimes you can offer a PPO and a select network plan, which allows people to see a smaller group of doctors, and they actually, the premium range is like 10 to 15% less than what a PPO would be. So you're giving people the choice. So I'm just saying there's definitely options. You should explore the market every so often, and you still have plenty of time. It's just the beginning of February to explore the market. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just not really sure there's an understanding of the challenge from the person asking the question. So, yep, we'll be certainly to reach out to you when we do go out to market. So the statement of the challenge, so I think when we, again, the statement of the challenge that we're in right now is we've underfunded our rate for the last 5 fiscal years. The market cannot. I understand. Miss,
Wait just a minute, wait just a minute,
I'm not blaming membership.
one
I'm
at a
not-
time, please.
My job is your health insurance consultant. I'm simply here to give you my best advice. The politics are not my world.
No.
What I do understand, though, is the difference between carriers, and I just don't know if this is the right setting to be talking about EPOs versus PPOs and HMOs, and to talk about this carrier versus that carrier, and that trend versus that trend. Today, we need to be talking about the problems that we face within Stoughton, which is we've underfunded our rates for 5 years straight. We've had a massive claims correction this year, none of which is gonna help by simply going to a Maya, because we can't even pay the run-out claims to join Maya. So again, I'm not sure that you understand the full value of the problem. But beyond that, I'm gonna be happy, and I think the town itself will be happy to talk to you when we do solicit bids, and we'll be looking forward to the Maya and Blue Cross commercial at that point.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Thank you
Yeah.
for your questions, Adam.
Thanks.
Ms. Suick, please take a seat, but I would like to defer to the question from Mr. Gito, a fellow board member.
Whoops. Just briefly, I think that the week that Ms. McCrisky is going to vote to have us think about this needs to be, not might be, but needs to be an extension of that 30-day period, but before we start the process, to begin to talk about what other options there are. So I would make sure, the town needs to make sure that we are participating in that to the extent that the unions are asking for information. And the unions need to use that time as the thought of having 30 days plus another 7 to deal with the issue. So I mean, our just saying that we are going to put this off for a week shouldn't just be that we're all going to go to our corners. We have to use that time well to establish something that all of us in this room want to have. That's my only comment.
Thank you very much.
Peg Sewick, 129 Cedar Street. I do not get insurance from the town, but I understand the anger and the disappointment in the room because, first of all, they feel that this wasn't their doing, and yet they're being penalized for it. So let's make it a little human. One person that I talked with, this would make her insurance, she's a family plan, $10,000 for the year go up. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but that is really outrageous, 30%. And it's not their fault, and that's why they're upset, and that's why they want some other options. Thank you, Mr. Gito, thank you, Mr. McCrisky, and Mr. Cavey, for having the foresight to think, to give them an opportunity to be heard, and the previous speaker, who was from Blue Cross, give him a chance to give you some kind of plan that could supplant what we're doing. Maybe we shouldn't have a town-sponsored plan. Maybe it's too small, and maybe going to a larger pool will give people more opportunities. You need to give these people behind me a chance to have something different done with their insurance, because the current 30% is gonna break some families. It really is. They'll either not go to the doctor, which is terrible. They paid their money through COVID. They expected that money to be there. Okay, it wasn't used, so they could use it afterwards, but they didn't get that opportunity. And I think it's terrible that we didn't fund it the way we should. Who's to blame and who's not to blame? I don't know. but we need to give the town people that are behind me an opportunity for alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. I want to recognize our town, before you, our town clerk, Mrs. Carrera.
Madam Chair, if I may, before,
Oh,
just a
yep.
point of order on the last speaker.
Yes.
The increase for a family is not $10,000 a year, it's $2,400 a year.
Thank you for that correction.
The increase for a family plan is $2,400 a year.
She didn't say it was 10,000 increase, she said she already paid that and is paying an increase on top of that.
Is that correct that I misunderstood? Is that correct?
Okay.
Thank you
Wait,
for
wait
that.
just a minute, please. Let's not holler from the, let's not holler from the, please step forward to the table.
I misunderstood.
I know we're all passionate about this, but we have people that are trying to record everything that's going on. We have microphone issues on and off, so we want to be considerate of all these dynamics that are going on.
Again, for some people who have come along in their jobs and their steps and they've earned that money, they're gonna lose it. They're gonna lose it now because their insurance is so high. So it doesn't seem fair. It just doesn't. If you'd put in the 6% and their pay, of course, everybody expects to go up a little bit, although I'm with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and mine went up $1 this year. And so I just think that you should give them a chance to explore other things.
Thank you, Mrs. Suick.
Thank you for that.
Refer back to our town clerk. You have a microphone. So this is an exception, please. I know of your challenge.
I do, thank you. Stephanie Carrara, Town Clerk for the Town of Stoughton. Two things. I would urge the board to accept Mr. McCrisky's motion to just delay it a week. But we in the room all need to be prepared for that decision that that this board is going to make on whatever they have to do. But I would ask that when you have the meeting with Mr. Gallagher, that you have the union presidents there, and you also have HR from, and I don't know how these meetings work. I don't know who attends, but you need to have HR from both the school side and from the town side, because you always talk about unions, but you forget about us non-union employees. Like, I found out a lot of this stuff today when I got an email and I read this gentleman's letter. And I'm like in a whirlwind. But you have to think of us too, not just the unions. You know, people that don't have, people that have contracts, people that have letters of hire. Because we need to know what's going on too. We hear it through the grapevine, and that's not professional. So I would just urge this board to accept Mr. McCrisky's motion, to think about it, get together with the insurance people and Mr. Gallagher, and then make the decision next week, have a special meeting, and just have that on the agenda. So you guys don't have to stay at the town hall or here till 11 o'clock. But we in this room all need to be prepared for that vote, because we can't keep dragging this out, because we all need insurance. We're all gonna be elderly someday, and we're gonna need town insurance along with Medicare. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Mrs. Carrara, I will take one more question, and then we'll move on to the next agenda item, or is that tied into the motion? It may be tied into the, let's take the motion and then go right on to our next agenda item. Did you have something different to share?
I have a question and comments.
All right,
Promise
okay.
to make it quick because
If-
we actually have negotiations. up
If I
the-
may make one comment before, sir, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, through you.
Yes,
Just so we get information right as speakers speak. Human Resources has been involved in every single one of these issues, so all members are represented in that room. And the AIC has received complete, total, comprehensive briefings on everything you've heard this evening. So we are trying very hard to over-communicate with everybody. And so I just want to assure everybody in this room that Human Resources, again, has been involved in every one of those meetings.
thank you very much.
So Craig Beaulieu.
So can you please in the essence of
Yes,
time,
so my quick
ask your question.
And then a quick comment, yes.
Okay, and then we'll go to our motion.
Now, is there any other way that we could make up the shortfall, so a combination like the stabilization fund and free cash? And then my statement is, like, we appreciate, like, the IAC, we do have all that information, but we are ready to negotiate. Rather than coming and just giving us the information, we've sat there ready to say, what can we do? And then the meeting ends. So I know that the unions are ready to have these difficult conversations and be part of making this decision. And this is a reason why we're asking you to vote in favor of 19, which I guess same thing with time, but you need to give the unions a chance to make these difficult decisions. Let us try to find a way through this mess that's been made due to, you know, the advice that's been ignored for years from your paid health insurance advisors. Thank you.
So that was the last question, and there is a motion, a proposed motion. Mr. McCrisky?
Okay, I just wanted to, before I make the motion, because I do believe in it, that I do believe that the town manager, Chris, have made a good effort to get to this point to let us know what the problem was. I'll tell you, sitting on this board, as many of you know, we are the people's representative, and we volunteer to be here. We're not involved with the everyday workings of town hall, or the school department, or the unions, or the non-union employees. You know, we trust the information coming. And what was very clear to me is, you know, we made a decision based on assumptions that didn't play out right. You know, so when some people are, you know, and I can understand the emotion, I totally, and I sympathize with it, but, you know, there's frustration on our side as well, and I would tend to think on the town manager's side, guy's been here 2 months and nothing's gone right for him. I mean, you know, but, you know, he's been valiant in his effort to keep people you know, informed. And what I'm not looking for is a negotiation process, but a communication process. You know, because I do understand the importance of this time frame. You know, and that's why, with that being said, I would make a motion that we hold off on this vote for a period of 1 week, and that by the end of the working week next week, that there will be a meeting that has been conducted, and Chris and the town manager have input from both HR from both sides, the school side and the town side, the INC, IAC, and if I'm speaking out, tell me why it's not a bad it's not a good idea, if you think that I'm in this motion, because
I think it's a great idea.
Okay, and then as well as the unions. You know, just the union president, and they can communicate. I wanna make sure that they have their voice heard, and that we're communicating exactly why we are, you know, because we can hand out flyers. I saw this the first time, you know, when you gave it to me a while back, I looked at it and it scared the hell out of me. You know, and, but again, you know, I can imagine when you're paying the bills, and like I said, I have a $3,500 insurance, you know, and I'm paying a lot because I pay my own. It's a $3,500 deductible, but again, what you're paying is what you're paying. So if you're paying $1,000, a $35 isn't good. You know, if I was paying $35 and it was going to $7,000, I wouldn't think that's good either. But I think that will help us. So that, Madam Chairman, I'll repeat my motion.
Can you repeat that motion?
I will repeat that motion, Madam Chair, that we hold off any action until such time not to exceed Friday of next week, that a meeting be taken with the town manager, with Chris, and again, union presidents, IAC, HR from both the school side and the town side, and that they have a dialogue between them.
Just a question, Madam Chair, I want to make sure I understand Mr. Christie correctly. Friday of next week, if we're going to take this up at next Tuesday night meeting, it's got to be between now and then, is that correct?
Well, yeah,
So
that's
he
right
said
too. No,
1
that's
week
true.
originally.
No, I did say next Friday. So we're looking at, you would have to have this done by this Friday to have it done for Tuesday.
Correct.
Right, okay, I apologize. So that's a week too long, so I
And
apologize.
another clarification, I guess it's up to the IAC. Are you requiring that we meet with the IAC again, or all interested employees?
I mean, I'd like to, I think if there's IAC members, they represent their members.
They do.
Right? I don't think a meeting this big is gonna be productive in that area. That's why we have representatives. That's why we have union representatives, and we have IAC. I mean, I think it's gonna be a smaller group, and to your point, let them communicate that to their members, that they had their voice heard. that we communicated, and maybe something changes a little bit, who knows?
Sure.
Maybe nothing changes, but they totally understand where we're coming from. Because, again, you know, when the town manager says, hey, things are trending well for us, and then claims go through the roof, that's not something that anybody can stop. You know, so it's sort of like, you know, we put our money down on the craps table and, you know, we got craps. You know, so you know, it's not good for any of us, and I don't think anybody in this room would like to be sitting here talking about this. I know I don't.
Well,
So, you got my motion.
it hasn't been second. It hasn't been second.
Okay.
Okay, it's been seconded.
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Gito first. Discussion. Before we take, on the motion,
I just want to,
We got you, Dee.
can I just make a suggestion that we not do it so quickly? Because I think we're going to be too time restricted for it to be on next Tuesday's meeting and us to meet by Friday or even by next Monday. And the main reason is because if we were to go back to the board for a vote of 21 to 23, we're required to send out certified mail to the representatives 2 days prior to the meeting. So, which would mean we'd have to send those certified letters out this Thursday when the IAC hasn't even met yet. So can I make the suggestion that we don't go by this Friday, do it by next Friday, that we have to meet with the IAC and have the meeting the following
That's all right.
Tuesday?
let's, Mr. Coulter.
I understand Dee's point, and I accept Dee's point. What keeps me up at night, every night, is I worry that the clock runs out.
Yeah.
Next July 1st.
Right.
If the clock runs out, everyone is gonna be back here saying, what did you guys do? You'll have no health insurance. And so that's what I'm worried. It's a 5-month process. We've got 4 months and 3 weeks left. If we wait 2 more weeks and something goes wrong in that process and our members don't have health insurance, we're gonna be hung in the town square.
I think we could make the benefit changes, though, effective August 1st if we had to. I mean, we're going to have that rate increase July 1st. I just think that to try to rush everything to get an IAC meeting put together by this Friday and have the certified mail mailed out on this Thursday for next Tuesday's meeting, it's just kind of a rush. There might be people that aren't available this week.
I have no objection to that. I just want to be recorded in the minutes that we are putting our employees at very high risk of not having health insurance.
Thank you very much. Discussion. I would like a friendly amendment, and that is, I'm hearing two separate issues, and maybe I have it wrong. I hear an issue with increasing premiums by 30%. Is that correct? Is that issue number one?
Correct.
And I have heard adopting Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, Section 21 through 23. It's two issues. If those are the issues, then I would like that to be included in the motion so it doesn't get confused with other things.
Well, it is. I mean, the whole issue is that we're gonna take a vote to adopt 32B, 21 to 23. But again, before we do that, the employees just want the opportunity to be heard. So, I mean, it's, you know, and I don't know if, you know, there's certified mail, let's say, send it out tomorrow.
Send
You know,
it out tomorrow.
I don't know where that comes into, but I'm not looking to muddy the waters. I mean, that's why I'm looking to the town manager and Chris. You know, and I'm with the town manager, and I applaud his high level of concern, as I do, and I think everybody in this room shares that we don't wanna have that happen. But again, if there's something that comes up that can be done, and the unions and the employees are saying, hey, listen, we would be willing to go for this, that hasn't been heard yet, you know, and again, I have to do like I've done with previous town managers, and they say, don't worry about it. You know, this is good because claims are going in the right way. And everything was great, and we made a decision that was tough and probably not popular by some of us. And then the bottom fell out of it, and it was a spiral, you know, and we didn't know what was gonna happen. So that's all I'm looking to do.
Mr. Nunley has informed me, Madam Chair, that he's okay with the 2-week period.
And with the two issues or with the one issue? Is that the,
It's all
section
one-
two?
It's all one.
Yeah, but you know, we can,
I'm not sure.
other elements can,
Madam Chairman, I'm not sure on this one, this is not my field. I'm not sure the 30% increase has to be actioned on by your part. I think it's just the 21 to 23.
okay, so issue
Okay.
one.
Okay, so that's my motion.
So 2 Fridays from now, right? So
2 Fridays from now.
2 Fridays from
Yes.
now.
Second.
1 full week from this coming Friday.
So the original motion was changed. This is a.
Well,
new
actually, it
motion.
was actually a week ahead, and then I rescinded it, so now we're reapplying it. So my motion will be that no later than a week from this coming Friday, a meeting be held with the union presidents, HR from both sides, the IAC, and that the town manager and Chris, what?
I said at least.
Yeah, and Chris and the town manager take their input and then come back to us, and we'll decide on the vote then.
So that my second is to that.
And it has been second, all in favor, and I'll do a roll call vote.
Can we just discuss for a second?
Oh, yeah, I thought, okay, discussion on the motion on the table.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You know, just before we close this out, I really just want to make a couple of really quick comments. First of all, for Christmas this year, my wife gave me an Apple Watch, which records all sorts of data on you. And during this meeting, I got an alert saying that my pulse was 120, but I would not show any activity. I'm honestly, I just want to make sure I make it through the end of this meeting. To be frank,
I know CPR.
yeah. Oh, that's comforting.
You beat me to that one.
I regret that I don't know some of the union reps as well as I would like to. Some of the union members, Mr. Jim Curtin, you and I don't know each other, but every time you've spoken at town meeting, I've always had a tremendous respect for a lot of the things you've shared, and your comments tonight also struck me, and the idea that you know. Though it certainly wasn't my intention, or I think anybody else's, the fact that we were giving a message that we didn't trust the unions, I think is not true. I think that our unions are fabulous. Every time I've had an opportunity to work with them, it's always been very positive, and I've seen nothing but you know the same thing I see in the town employees: hardworking, truthful, honest, willing to do whatever they can to make everything work. But they obviously are still advocating for their own needs, and so you know I really took that to heart. And I just want to thank you for your comments, and other people who spoke as well. The things you've shared are extremely helpful to us, and as we try to work through these problems. And more than anything else, I've been here for a number of years now, about 5 years, and you know I don't like, this is like the worst part of it, where you feel like you're an adversary to somebody that you care about and people you want to work with, and you want to, my hope is that we can all feel like we're doing something collectively, even if it's very hard, even if it's very painful, that at the very least we're doing it collectively. I think the approach that we're taking allows for us to do that, allows for us to have those kind of conversations, and to, as a team, get through this in as best we can. And I know my pulse is racing as I mentioned. The outcome of this vote won't hit my pocketbook though, and I know the difference between that. I know what it's like to get those big bills, and I've many times in my life didn't know how I was going to figure it out. How I was going to take care of some expenses that I had, especially health related. So I really just wanted to make sure that we didn't end this without just saying outright that I hear you guys. I appreciate all the comments that were made, and even people who perhaps didn't get up to speak. I'm definitely hearing your feelings here, and I genuinely care about that. I want to incorporate it in this. My concern is that is that the numbers are the numbers. There might be no outrunning the math. If we can find a way to do it, I want to do it. there's a lot of people way more clever than I am, and they find things and figure out ways to do things that I don't know. If we can do it, great. But if we honestly can't outrun the math, then, you know, I think we're going to have to collectively figure our way through this. And if we need to, you know, if we create new problems by solving old ones, we have to find solutions to those too, and we've got to help people in every way that we possibly can. So I thank you very much for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cavey. So with that, on the motion, I think that's where we were. Roll call. Mr. Carrara.
Yes.
Vice Chair Cavey.
Yes.
Mr. McCrisky.
Yes.
Mr. Gito.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll go to item number 3, discussion on vote to implement health insurance. Thank you very much, and thank you for attending. Also, as we start, we will table item number 3, that is the discussion and vote to implement health insurance opt-out plan for town employees, for the same timeline as item number 2, election to engage in the process to change health insurance benefits.
Technically, that was done in the motion.
Next is change of manager application, which is the barbecue Smoky Bones.
We're not able to take that until 8:10.
18. Okay. In that case, we will take things out of order. Mr. Tisdale, are you ready or prepared to do item number 8? That's the layout alteration for Tosca Drive, Canton Street and Central Street intersection project. Take it out of order.
Can everybody hear me okay? All right. Thank you very much. This item is for the layout of Tosca Drive, Central Street and Canton Street. As you all know, we've been to several town meetings, different articles associated with this project. We're essentially signalizing the Tosca Drive, Central and Canton Street intersection, doing sidewalks, pedestrian signals, everything. You've seen the plan a number of times. Now we're at the finish line. We're actually getting very close. The project's going out to bid in September by Mass DOT. Mass DOT is undertaking all the construction. It's $4 million plus in construction costs. The town has paid for a few $100,000 over the last few years in various articles, but we're getting a good ROI on this project. We are now at the point where we're defining the new roadway layout. Obviously, part of the project was the park area that we went through the legislation to change the definition of the park area and where it is. That's complete through our council. So we're redefining the park, which also abuts the Canton Street, Central Street layout. So we're changing that layout. Tosca Drive, the 2 corner properties, we're slightly changing their property lines in the roadway layout. So there's larger turning radiuses going into Tosca Drive than there is now. And there are a few other minor changes to the layout, nothing that you haven't seen in the past. But the first step to the process of changing the layout is a motion that I had council write out for your board to refer, essentially. You'll have to say it word by word, but essentially, in summary, you're referring it to the planning board for their vote. The planning board will take their recommendation and send it back to your board, and then your board has to make a final vote 7 days prior to town meeting, at least 7 days prior to town meeting. So we figured we'd start the process now.
Any questions from the select board on this?
So you just need a motion?
You just need a motion?
Yep. So it's actually written in your
Yeah. Do you want
packet.
Please, Mr. Gito, please.
Thank you.
I move to refer the proposed alteration of the public ways, Tosca Drive, Canton Street, and Central Street as depicted on the plan entitled Alteration Plan of Tosca Drive, Canton Street, and Central Street, Route 27, in Stoughton, Mass., Norfolk County, prepared by the town of Stoughton, dated December 8th, 2021, revised September 12th, 2022, prepared by Greenman Pedersen, Inc., to the planning board with directions to review the layout and report thereon to the select board within 45 days.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 And I vote aye as well. Unanimous decision. Moving right along to, thank you, Mr. Gito. Moving right along to our next item, which is item number 6, Community Preservation Committee letter. Is Mr. Zamanian, Chairman Zamanian, please step forward. And this is in reference to a letter of support. Please give us a little background and why this, oh, here we go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Is that good for the mics?
Yes, please introduce yourself and state your purpose.
Sure, Mark Zamanian, I'm chair of the CPC, Community Preservation Committee. It's been a long day.
Yes.
I didn't come fully prepared to give another presentation where I had at the last meeting, but essentially the gist of what we're doing from a CPC level is collecting letters of support for the work that the CPC has done here in the town, and we will be sending those letters to our legislators. This is done for a couple of reasons, one of which is the legislation has given us a second dose of money now for the last 2 years, 40 million and change and another 20 million last year in additional funds. And we want to send a clear message to our legislators that not only do we appreciate the work that they do for us in this town, ultimately through the CPC, but let them know that we fully support the work that the CPC does. And you would have had that letter, Madam Chair. I know you and I worked on that letter a little bit with Lena. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Carver, did you have any questions or?
I didn't see a letter.
You didn't see the letter? It's in the package.
I just had the page thing.
Oh, and then you just.
It's about page 65, somewhere in the middle. It's just right after Smoky Bones.
I looked through, I didn't see it.
Okay. Lena's bringing you a copy of that letter.
Thank you, Lena.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't have this.
So I'll ask a question.
Okay, Vice Chair Cavey.
We're giving him a question. So I'll just start by saying that you know, you and I have chatted about this offline a couple of times, but
The,
yeah,
volume.
it sounds like the microphones may not be working.
Is there a switch on the front?
There is not.
Testing, testing.
Yeah.
Cruise ships are coming in.
I was just gonna say, Joe, here's my ship coming in.
It won't reach.
Working those times, I really appreciate it.
When my ship comes in, I'll be at the train station.
Okay, so yeah, this sounds a little bit better. So you and I have had a chance to talk about this offline numerous times. But I would like to be very public about my support for the CPC. I think the work that they've done the entire time that I've been on this board and well before it has been outstanding. It's led to some of the most substantial work that our town has been involved with. I'm going to do a very poor job of listing off things, but these are the ones that are coming to the top of my head because I cared very much about the projects. Well, first of all, anybody who's had a chance to go to Glen Echo, it's open. It's absolutely gorgeous. It was just recently opened. This was because of the very hard work of the CPC and various members on the board have been championing this for a very long time. The place is outstanding. I know it opened up right as things started to get a little bit on the chilly side. It was still warm when it opened, but when the summer comes, please make a trip to Glen Echo. It's unbelievably beautiful over there, and it's because of the help of the CPC. And they've activated a plot of land that had no real future specific use for the town or any benefit to us, and it is now an absolutely gorgeous recreational space. One of the folks I met when we were there were actually people who lived in Canton, and they kayaked to the Stoughton side as a sort of a friendly neighborhood gesture to welcome us to the neighborhood. It was very, very beautiful. The work on the train station, the fact that we have this historic, beautiful building. Much of the funding for both purchase and also the repairs of it have come from the CPC. We'd be, I'm not gonna say lost without them, but I don't know how much we could have actually accomplished without them, virtually lost without them. And I don't mind saying that their support and their financing is a significant part of why we are able to bring that building online in the coming future and enjoy it as a town. Trying to think of some other ones here.
There's lots.
Well, I mean, honestly, our own town hall has had numerous repairs over the course of the entire time the CPC has been operating. They've been funding various repairs to the town because it is a historic building. It's an older building. They've been able to fund it, which is outstanding. By far, and this one gets me teary-eyed to even think about, the most humane work this community has ever done during COVID, where the CPC was able to help fund keeping people in their houses who couldn't pay their rent, couldn't pay their mortgages during the course of that period. And these are our neighbors who could have really struggled, could have lost their homes because they lost their jobs and they were done. There's no help. There's no new jobs coming online. The CPC, well, group of individuals got involved, Mr. Zamini as well, put together a package that allowed the CPC to be able to finance this assistance, which is, as I said, I mean, I'm in awe of the work you guys did. And so I just wanted to tell you that, while you're here, that how much I appreciate the work you've done, how much it's really defined the culture of our town and will continue to, and that you have my full support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I could just respond to a couple of things. You brought up some really good points. The Community Preservation Committee was actually, it's stated here, for the sole purpose of purchasing the Glen Echo property. And then further, the hope was that we would develop it, which we did finish. That was a long project. It started in 2015 and ended last fall when Mark Tisdale and the folks that work for Mark were able to complete all the tasks. Really appreciate the engineering department's help with that. They were instrumental in that. The COVID relief program, you need to ensure that you also give the town meeting representatives credit for that. Without our town meeting overwhelmingly supporting that, in a time that's easy to look back now and say, well, geez, we could have done this, that, or the other, but at the time, there was no sense of an end to this. There was no light at the end of the tunnel. There was tremendous fear and concern. Through town meeting, we were able to provide the necessary funds to help our residents, both those who rent and those who pay mortgages. So I'm not proud of the work I do. I'm humbled by it, but I am proud of the team that worked very hard to get that legislation together and worked with the select board, who we needed you in order to carry that forward. So thank you for that. This town has, through the CPC, provided $9 million in projects to date. That's a fair amount of money. And I do want to say that the state has provided us with an additional $2.7 million in state grant funds. That's a pretty big number. That's roughly a third if you average it out over the years of its existence. It's nearly 33% of what the town has invested into this. So, the taxpayers need thanks because they voted to do this. The select boards at that time and through time that have supported the CPC also deserve credit, and certainly the town meeting representatives. We're just a recommending body, so it's really up to town meeting to make the decisions on whether or not they want to spend this money for community benefit. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Zamanian. Mr. Gito.
did you have a comment? Or,
Yeah, I go back a long way, so I can remember when it went in. We did a lot to make sure that we had the Community Preservation Act passed in the town, and we preserved a lot of property with it, and we've done a lot of other things as well. And I'm so pleased with the work that's being done. I want to say on the other side of the coin that we need to be careful what it is that we want the CPC to fund, because some of the things that it's been funding in the last few years are things that in fact the town should be funding itself. And the work, the CPC was created in order to do things that are a little bit more extraordinary for the town than just the normal year-to-year maintenance of buildings. And I think the CPC has been very generous in trying to help to protect properties like the train station and other places. I mean, it's part of their function, there's no question about that. But we're also into the golf course and other things, and I think we need to think about how we use that money so that we can do the special things and take over the burden of doing some of the routine things. And I appreciate the work the chairman and the committee has done. He and I have talked about this very issue. And I'm not at all unhappy with the work that he's done. I just think we need to be cautious moving forward. Not him, but us.
Thank you, Mr. Gito. Okay, so the letter of support reads, "Dear esteemed representative, the Stoughton Select Board is writing this letter to clearly indicate its full support of the Community Preservation Committee, CPC, in Stoughton. First instituted in 2008, the CPC has provided the town with much-needed enhancements to the quality of life for our residents. Our Community Preservation Act, CPA, fund has contributed over $9 million toward community projects, most of which have had to be paid for from our general fund, which is already overburdened. If not for the CPC, we would not have been able to provide the example emergency COVID housing relief to Stoughton residents who lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic, nor would we have been able to provide new lighting for the track and tennis courts at the high school. As these items would not have been covered by the Commonwealth Massachusetts School Building Authority program. Stoughton has benefited from receiving our $2.7 million, including over $344,000 just in 2022 in state matching funds, solely because Stoughton had the foresight to adopt the CPA. We therefore wanted to write to you to express our gratitude for the hard work you as our representatives do for our town. We do not support any legislation that would weaken or jeopardize the CPC in Stoughton. We further look forward to your continued support of Stoughton and the CPA. Sincerely, Deborah Roberts."
Motion to send the letter.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Question?
Whoops.
Okay, discussion?
I was gonna ask just that question, that there is obviously legislation that's been filed. And I don't know if we should be supporting a comment that says we do not support. I mean, the letter is spot on to that point, Mark. I mean, everything we've done, and it speaks for itself. but I don't think that we should be standing in the middle of a process that somebody files legislation. If a representative files legislation for a resident, that we should be trying to fight that legislation. The facts, as they speak in the letter, are self-sufficient. But I don't think that it's our job to be stating that we don't support somebody's right to file legislation. That's my only concern. I'm open to discussion on it. Let me finish, David, before I'm just concerned because I think that every person, and we're, I think, the only state in the country, or only a couple, that the citizens have right of petition to file legislation at the State House. And I don't want to see us getting into a political thing. I think what the CPC has done, and we didn't even mention near everything, of what was done with the Historical Society, roof, windows, doors, everything that's been done. There's a lot more, and I'd rather put everything in that letter, because to your point, is the representatives can then, during this legislative process, can present the facts about what we've done. But for us to stand in the way of another person's right to file legislation and fight it concerns me. I won't say I'm against it, it concerns me. This, and I know that you called me earlier, maybe it was to talk about this, but.
No, it wasn't, but
Okay,
it's okay.
but again, and I apologize, because I got like 12 calls waiting for me anyway. But it just concerns me. That's all, and I'd be willing to hear, your thoughts on that.
Madam Chair, if I may respond?
Yes, So what I'm hearing is if we strike the last sentence, or in that paragraph.
Well,
we
I
do
didn't
not
say
support.
strike it, I said I'm concerned.
Oh, you're
Okay, so I
concerned,
would
okay.
like to hear Mark's thoughts. I'm concerned. I'm not saying anything yet, but.
So, if I might, Madam Chair, through you to the Select Board Member McCrisky, every year the coalition, CP, Community Preservation Coalition, which is the right arm of, from the state's perspective on the CPA, which is the law, the act, receives multiple legislation, whether they be docket numbers or bills, to weaken a very active program in the state amongst 200 and some odd communities. And we received a call of concern from the coalition, and that call was, does Stoughton support this? And I says, of course Stoughton doesn't support this. Why would you even ask me that question? And they explained to me that a resident filed legislation with a representative. Instead of focusing on the negative, I chose to focus on the positive. But this letter is in response to legislation. So it's obviously up to this board how they choose to handle that. That person obviously has their right to their opinion, and I'm not looking to impede it. I'm looking to assure our legislators that we stand behind the CPC, plain and simple. And
I have no
that's-
problem saying
Yep.
that. I have no
Well, I
problem
think
saying.
that's what it says.
Well, no, it doesn't. It says we oppose the legislation.
No, it says we oppose legislation that would weaken the CPC.
Well,
pretty
that's what
clear.
I'm saying. Well, again, I just think we should stay on the positive. And I'm
that's-
saying Mark, I stand behind CPC as well. But I don't see the benefit
And
to
this
making.
letter amply says that. but-
Yes, but I just don't think we need to
Okay.
include that last part. I mean.
Well, that's up to the board as a whole.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just, getting that out. And I agree with everything in the letter, right up to that point. And what we've done is great things. And when the legislators make their pros and cons, they're gonna say, I got a letter from Stoughton saying all these great things and that they support the CPC. And I'm all for that.
We have asked all members of the CPC to write similar letters.
Mm-hmm.
So every committee, commission, or authority that holds a member on the CPC will be writing a very similar letter to what you have before you. It is your choice what the content of that letter says.
Well,
I'm not
just
here
making,
to
we'll see how it
persuade
goes.
you.
Yeah, no, that's my concern, and if I'm writing it, I wanna get that in there and find out what it is, that, that we're not just using this to say, hey, get this right into their hands so they can fight with it. I hope, and that's not what we're gonna be doing.
No,
I mean,
we
but
really
again, we're
don't
speaking the
have-
facts.
Yeah, we don't
You know?
really have any control of what the legislators do. I don't even know if we'd be notified of a hearing, to be honest. But I think this letter is an ample way of showing that Stoughton truly does support the CPA.
Yeah, all right, so I'm just curious what my colleagues have to say as well.
Vice Chair Cavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That line of the letter did stand out to me, but at the same time, I feel like, I feel very comfortable with it. I feel like a number of times the Select Board has been asked to insert articles into the warrant through citizen petition articles. I have pretty strong feelings about it. I do remember I had a conversation with Mike Sullivan. It didn't go quite as well. He's a wonderful human being. But I did say that I felt like citizen petition articles were kind of sacred. You know, it's an important way for people to be able to speak directly to town meeting and circumvent the Board of Selectmen. He didn't really feel like they were sacred. But he's very pleasant about it, but I'll never forget that interaction. But so I think 2 times, maybe 3, I've been asked to insert into a warrant an article that would bring to voters an opportunity to essentially do away with our CPC, defund it, or do something. I'm not really sure what the ultimate goal was, but it was in order to bring something to the to the balance. To me, it's the fact that we were being asked to bring it to the voters. I still read it very much as us signaling a desire to end the CPAC. Because why else would we, bring it to the voters except to offer them the opportunity to kill it for us? That was my own reading of it, but because of my feelings about petitioned articles, bit my tongue. I had no opinion as a select board member. Just let it go through. As a town meeting rep, I voted on it according to my own conscience. I think I might have even spoken about it at one point, but I don't recall if I had. This is a different circumstance. I think we have a very similar tract, right? So we've got a citizen petition article, in this case, citizen petition legislation, and I don't feel like the protection of the process in this case falls on me. I feel like this actually is an opportunity for me to very much speak my mind about something that I care a lot about. And it's not I have no obligation to hold back in that regard. I feel like I can speak freely to our legislatures and say that, in all honesty, any legislation that weakens the CPC, I don't support it. And I've got no problem saying that as a board or as an individual. And I can understand. I think I understand your concerns. I genuinely do. And in fact, I think I share some of them, because one of the things that would be good is if this letter didn't sound like it was only for a single purpose, but could actually be sort of recycled. It's future reasons people could look at. But when they get to the end there, they're going to be like, I guess there must have been some legislation, that was involved. Nevertheless, I'm not here to plan for the future in this case. I think that this does have a very specific utility. I think that I feel personally comfortable representing, speaking on behalf of the rest of this board, on speaking on behalf of the citizens of the town, that these statements are all true and that we don't support that. We've demonstrated that numerous times at town meeting, and all I think we're really doing is telling them exactly what we already know is the truth. So that's my feelings on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cavey. Mr. Carrara.
There you go. Good. You're good.
I'll tell you something, I was,
It's on.
It's good.
you can't hear me. Can you hear?
Idea, testing?
Test? No?
I can hear you. Oh, but I'm
You could
Yeah,
right
but
here.
maybe the power's out, so you can't, or.
Sorry, guys, it's always one mic.
Dave, what are you doing?
When,
There's a button.
it's on, it's green.
He's got to turn it on. It's almost ready. No, don't push any buttons.
It's green.
Yeah, it is green.
We're good now. When CPC first came to light, I was on the Board of Selectmen, and I couldn't believe the townspeople were gonna vote their first override upon themselves.
Mhm.
So I had a different stance. But now, when you see the magnitude of the stuff that it's turned out, and it's amazing. I mean, I always liked Glen Echo. Did I ever think we'd ever get our hands on it? Not in a million years. And that came to fruition. There's a lot of other things that have been done good. I gotta commend the Open Space Committee too, because they work sort of hand in hand with them. And it's just, it's something we can be proud of, because a lot of other towns aren't taking advantage of it. And all they think is, you know, building roads is where it's at. So I don't have a problem with the letter at all. If you don't like it, you vote against it. Or what I might do too is I might send a letter in recognizing myself who I am as a selectman, that this is my stance too. That I don't want to jeopardize what people are counting on, like some things that Stoyak might need, other things like that. It works out. It's just, my eyes were opened. I thought an override to vote on yourself was going to be mismanaged, and it has not. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crower. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Gito.
When someone in a community sends in a letter to try to change a law, the people who are not in the town need to have some sense of where the town stands on that issue. We're not taking away the right of the person to ask the legislation to be changed. What we're doing is indicating where the town stands on that issue. Mr. Cavey, I believe, mentioned very clearly that we had several votes on this at town meeting. The petitioner in this case also came to the town asking for this to be turned down in the town. So I don't feel that we are taking away the rights of anyone by stating what the town has done. I guess I'm happy, not only happy with, but delighted that we are sending such a letter to the legislature.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Let's just follow up. Mark, Madam Chairman, through you, thank you. Mark, why wouldn't we just put in the letter that following a petitioned article of the town meeting, the legislative body of the town turned down? All right, it's a stronger comment because it's a factual. My concern is not, the letter's fine. I mean, listen.
Yeah, no, you
CPC
stated
was
that.
good enough again at a recent meeting when we were talking about the fire station. They said, if you need the money, come to us. In no case, waste, whatever, that the application was put together in a week, voted on, and CPC voted for it. We're doing great things. I'm just concerned with an executive body opposes a person's legislation. I mean, I think
Happens all the time.
well, again, but I don't think we should be dictating that from this board. That's but again, I think the factual comment is the fact that it went to town meeting. Our legislative body, larger than us, we're the executive, the legislative body made a clear statement and didn't support it. I think it's something that really is what you're looking for, and not.
Through you, Madam Chair, I am perfectly comfortable with that. That is a factual statement, and if you chose to add that, removing that, how you feel it, or have concern that it might be a negative comment, if you'd rather add our actions in there instead, I'm fine with that.
Well, I think it's clear that, I think listen, you guys voted, I'm just, and I'll go with majority, well, let me finish. Let me
please.
finish. Let me finish. You know, there's people that go on and on and on, and I'm doing it now, everybody's telling me to shut up. So be ready. Be ready when somebody else drags on. But again, all I'm saying is to change it where I think it's more, it's not an opinion, it's a fact. I like facts. The fact is, our legislative body spoke. I think it has more, if you look at.
3 times, yeah.
3 times, okay? Then there's what you want to put in the letter. On 3 different occasions, our legislative body town meeting voted against this, or voted to support by not doing away with it. I mean, it's, listen, whatever. You guys vote the way I'm going to vote with the majority, and I just thought it just needed something different.
Okay, so, Vice Chair Cavey, did you have one more thing to say, or, okay, so, can you make a motion on the support of the letter?
No, I'd rather, the motion's been made and seconded.
Okay.
I'm just putting my 2 cents in there. And if my colleagues want to amend that motion, you know, or ask for a friendly amendment, fine. If not, let's just vote.
This was a good effort to draft a letter, and I worked with Chairman Zamanian on that, but I feel comfortable tweaking that line and changing it to what you said. I don't think my fellow board members have an issue with that either.
Okay, well,
So then we'll just change it, and
We still have that motion, and we have a second, so
we have a motion, we second.
unless it's withdrawn, I think we should vote on it.
Are you, okay. Motion is on the table. Let's take a roll call on this vote. So I know, Mr. Carrera, do you recall what the motion was? Because
To accept the.
the letter as is.
Right, and I seconded it, right?
You seconded. So on the vote, on the motion on the table, Mr. Carrera.
Yes.
Vice Chair Cavey.
Yes.
Mr. McCrisky.
Yes.
Mr. Gito.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So the letter is approved as is. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the board for moving on this as quickly as you did.
Thank you very much. Moving right along to change your manager application is the representative here, James Dorsey. Smoky Bones. Please step forward, state your name. Hello and welcome.
Hello, how you doing? Name is James Dorsey.
Vice Chair Cavey, please take the lead.
Sure, actually, I don't have a copy of the public notice.
Okay. There was no public notice because it's just a name
Name change.
change.
I changed manager.
The hearing was canceled, yeah.
Okay, so in that case, I'll go through the results of our internal department's evaluations. Stoughton Police Department has no comments, they're okay with it. Stoughton Fire Department is okay with this application. Building Department, okay. Board of Health is okay, Treasurer, Collector is okay with it, and so is the Water Department. Nobody had any objections to this change manager application.
Okay, thank you.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for Mr. Dorsey? I have. Mr. McCrisky, do you have any questions?
No,
Vice
ma'am.
Chair Cavey, I have no questions
All good.
either. Okay.
Mr. Dorsey, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm just wondering, how have you worked at Smoky Bones for a while, or are you new to that establishment, location?
So I've been with the company for about 10 years. I'm new to the Stoughton location, originally from Rhode Island.
Okay. So then, let me welcome you to Stoughton.
Thank you.
It's very much a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to voting positively on this. And I go there throughout the year, and looking forward to it.
Okay, I look forward to seeing you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I'm open to accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have a
Have a
good
good night.
evening. Moving right along to item number 7, which is the annual town meeting 2023. I'm open to a motion to insert the article and then ask if there are any items that you want to pull, to talk about, to make changes, edits, amendments.
I have two.
You have two?
Are we gonna go one by one, or?
No, you can just tell which ones that you want to pull. I do have one. It is item number 72. Peter Murphy is in the audience. That's the funding approval sunset. So I would like to take that out of order and for Mr. Murphy to step forward. And what is your edit, change?
Peter Murphy, Precinct 2, Town Meeting Representative. Article 72, funding approval for Sunset. And I noticed on the handouts tonight what you have. One of the things is on the petitioned article, it was to see if the town meeting will vote to approve the following bylaw requirement. And what you have seen here, it doesn't state the word bylaw. Now, this was brought, to give you a little history, this was brought before town meeting back in 2017. It was brought before the select board, went through various finance committee. Actually, Joe McCrisky, you were on the board at the time, you approved it. And for those that don't know it or understand it, what it does is an article that has $250,000 or less, whoever puts the petition into for that article, they have 3 years to act upon that, to start acting upon it. They have 4 years to complete. If they're in the middle of it in the 4th year, I'm not gonna read it word for word, but in the middle of the 4th year, the selectmen, if select board, if so chooses, can extend that. Now, money that goes $250,000, above $250,000, that has a longer time extension on it. And what that is I kind of put it off to the side and forgot what it said. Must be initiated by the end of the 4th year for approval. Spending must be completed prior to the end of the 6th year. So that way there, they have 6 years to act on anything that's over 250. What the thing on that is, an extension as needed may be granted by the select board, and there's no time limit on that. So if, again, when this was brought about, this is back when the library was, and with some concerns about that. The point being is if you're in the middle of a project, again, if you're over $250,000, you get a $5 million, we have a fire station coming up. And if you're in the middle of that project and funding has been approved, and you exceed that deadline, whatever the reason, the select board can extend it till the job is done. The main function of this article is we had many dollars sitting on the books. And what we were doing was we were borrowing new money while this money was just being sitting there. So I talked to the town accountant back then, and what it does is it frees up money and it puts it back into free cash. Every year we do have an article at the beginning of the warrant that it actually explains, it actually cancels out any money, rescinds money for articles that are sitting there. This just makes it a bylaw, so there's no question about it. We are very fortunate to have Bill Rowe, does a very good job. And he stays on top of most of these things here. But at some point, when he hits the lottery and he goes on, there's nothing that says that we have to abide by this. And again, when I put it in the first time, I did not have the word bylaw. So this way here, it is a bylaw. It will go through legislation. It has to go to the Attorney General once the town meeting approves it. So that way there, it will control that.
So it says, if this article is approved by town meeting, you're saying modify that line, is that correct?
No, at the very top, it should say to see if the town will vote to approve the following bylaw. It doesn't, and that was the issue with the last one, it didn't stipulate the word bylaw.
It's a petition.
Okay, I see what you're saying, I'm sorry, I see what you're saying down,
Sorry, you should just call it approval sunset bylaw, right? That's what you're saying?
yes, approved sunset bylaw. And then it says, okay. If this article is approved by town meeting, the legal counsel will implement, okay. No, you're right.
Okay, just so that we clear.
Okay.
So,
So we'll add that.
all right, that was my only thing. If there's any questions from the board, I'd be happy to entertain them.
I don't think we have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr.
One
Murphy.
quick comment, I did go down to, my mind's drawing a blank now, the Glen Echo, and yes, a very nice job was done down there.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Before you go, Mr. Tisdale has a question for you.
Peter.
Yes.
How you doing? Thanks. I got one question because when we thought your when your article was valid, I had a nice little spreadsheet with all the articles, and I was trying to figure out when articles would sunset and all that. And one of the questions I think Bill Rowe and I had, like, I just want to get your clarification on this, is it says, for example, any article approved that has $250,000 or less funding, less will have a sunset approval of 3 years starting at the beginning of the fiscal year the article has been approved.
Correct.
So the fiscal year the article is approved is in May.
It would
Right.
be the fiscal year. Right now, we're gonna have a town meeting. When we have town meeting, that's for the fiscal year of 2024. So let's say an article comes before this town meeting, that will be, the clock starts July 1st on that article.
Yeah, that's what we need clarification on, because if you read it the way it's read, it says the fiscal year of the article that it's been approved, which means the year that it's been approved at town meeting is May. It would revert back to the beginning of that year, so you lose like 10 months.
My intent on that was to have it, again, for like, let's take this year, for example, 2024. That's, the town meeting will approve that budget for the year, for the following year, so.
Right, so the operating budget would be available on July 1st, but articles are available after town meeting closes.
Correct.
Which can be in May or June.
Maybe with some legal assistance here from town council, we could change a word to clarify that?
No.
I just, it was just a question I had with the original one, and I just wanted clarification on it.
It seems to me, Peter, that you want to put it in for a special town meeting and correct it rather than.
No, I don't, and the reason being is, this was approved once already. I'm just trying to clarify the wording on it.
But you haven't, I guess, is the point. And we'd have to spend quite a bit of time doing that. Well, I mean, I'm only one person.
The moderator just made a point. If the moderator feels that's gonna pass, it's done, it's done.
That's right. So I think that's it.
Well,
It's a
Madam Chair,
petition.
Oh,
yeah.
Can I just make it a little, because I said the moderator just leaned over your shoulder and gave you advice.
Right.
If the moderator feels that that's gonna pass town meeting, sounds
Okay.
like we just make that note and move on.
Okay.
But we can't offer legal counsel from town council to a petitioned article.
Okay, no.
Okay, so, but if the moderator thinks that's gonna pass, I think you should just go with it now. If not, your only other option is what Mr. Gito said, to bring it back. But I think, I'm not gonna speak, I don't wanna get into a long dissertation, Bob.
No,
I mean,
I-
you've already given your advice, and I think you should just run with it.
Well, if I could just address the board. quick. I mean, I never give.
Yes,
presentations.
Mr.
I get right to the point.
Please state your name, Mr. Moderator, and.
My name
say
is
that
Bob Mullen. I'm the town moderator.
Yeah.
I just want to say, this is not the actual motion. So a motion, when he submits the motion to the warrant in the next couple of weeks, I mean, I'm assuming with the, town council at the time of, during town meeting will give you advice on whether it's proper form or not, which you usually do with most of the motions. So if Mr. Murphy makes those clarifications in the particular motion, and then hopefully it passes muster with legal counsel.
At town meeting.
During town meeting, right. And, stand up to any challenges by the board or anybody else, any town meeting rep. And I think it would pass town meeting. I can't speak for all the town meeting reps, but it's passed before. And then it'd be subject to interpretation by town manager and the rest of the town accountant and things. But I think Mr. Murphy's just trying to say, hey, the money's been sitting there over the course of, during the past years. Just wants to kind of give a little more push to releasing those funds and putting them back on the table as soon as possible.
Yes, I understand that completely, and he wanted to tweak the
Tweak it a little
line,
bit.
make sure that the word bylaw stood out, and we did that, so.
Yeah.
So I think we're all set
Yeah,
for
yeah.
that standpoint, and we'll just move right along to the next
Thank you
article.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you very much for your
Murphy.
time.
Okay, Mr. Gito, you said you wanted to pull a
I did.
couple of, okay, can we move?
One
along?
was the OPEB article. And-
OPEB, which one was that? Do you remember
Oh,
what number?
just a minute, I'll find it. I can do that.
61?
64.
64? Okay, 64 is on page.
25.
Page 25, I have it.
54?
I'm sorry, Mr. Coulter?
I don't see 64. I think that's already been pulled from your earlier comments, Lou. I don't see 64 here.
I have in the original, page 25.
Forgive me, it's right in front of me.
Oh, it's the.
Sorry about that.
The very, very bottom.
Very bottom.
Yes, Mr. Gito?
I'm trying to find it myself.
Okay,
Oh,
take your time.
25.
Page
Okay.
25, the bottom.
Thank you. Yeah.
It reads to see if the town will vote to reappropriate funds from.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the article where we have about $120 million worth of deficit. And we're going to put some money into an account. Last year, I think we put 25,000 in.
Right, it was small.
And I would seem to me that we should put that $25,000 into a stabilization fund as opposed to putting it in someplace else. Because we're not, I talked with Mr. Rowe, and I don't think that we see any change in our insurance bond rating by having this money in that other account. So I would just not insert it myself, but that's my view, but we'll have to vote on that. The other one is the one at the top of the page, same page, number 61, South Coast Rail Consulting. It says South Rail Consulting, but I think it means South Coast Rail Consulting. And
Go ahead.
the state has moved the rail to Middleborough. It's going to take a huge lift to have them move it from Middleborough back through Stoughton and Easton and Rainham to get to Boston. And I don't think that we need to have $150,000 or whatever the number was. I think it was that at one point in time. I don't think we need that article. So I would suggest that we just eliminate Articles 61 and 64.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Coulter.
Through you, Madam. Mr. Tisdale and I discussed both of these today, and we agree with Mr. Gito on both of them.
So, do you want
So
a
we don't-
motion?
Let's make a motion, please.
Motion to not insert Articles 61 and 64.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Thank you, Mr. Gito. Anything else? Any
Are
other?
we going around?
Oh, I'll just call you, Mr. Carrera, go ahead.
Well, we got a mess of them. I was waiting till Lou was done, then it would come to me.
That was longer for you
Is
than
that,
everything.
is that good enough to where it is?
Set that thing off at about 9:30, so we have to leave.
Yeah, the janitor did ask what time we're leaving tonight, because he has to shut off the lights.
I've
Yeah,
got
try
a half
again.
a dozen.
Give it a few taps.
After
There
the
you
board's
go.
done, I've got a half a dozen changes that need to be made.
Oh, okay. Please, Mr. Carrera.
On Article 48, it's Cedar Hill.
Just hold the mic closer.
Easy, easy.
Can you hear me now, Dolores? Wait a minute. Put a battery in that thing.
She said,
Article-
watch your mouth.
I heard. Article 48, the Cedar Hill, the small equipment. Are we gonna just take that out of retained earnings?
That would be, yes, that would be an enterprise, Bill, that would be an enterprise account that would come out of retained earnings?
All right, because it had like more wording than it needed, and I didn't want to like miss it, that it should come out of there. I don't think that we should be taken from
Yep,
anywhere else.
retained earnings.
The money shouldn't be in the article, that would be part of the motion.
All right. Then I have a question on 59 to Mr. Tisdale. It's the Kelsey Drive Sewer Pump Station, Mark.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Is that all set to go? No,
Yeah.
nothing you need to worry about, that's ready to,
At town meeting, we've got all the punch lists addressed, we're just making it run for a few months to make sure there's no
Fine.
additional issues. So by town meeting, we should have a permanent yes or no.
okay, thanks. I'd like to, on 66 and 67, I don't think we have any money to put into those. I think they should just be taken out. 66 and 67 should be dismissed, not put in as articles, because we have the one for stabilization, which is very important, that if we have any, we put it in there. I just don't think we should be breaking up
Second.
anything that we got.
Motion to pull or withdraw 66 and 67.
That's correct.
I second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
No.
Oh. Mr. Carrera. On the motion, on the vote,
Yeah,
you said yes.
yes.
Mr. Vice Chair Cavey said no. Mr. McCrisky?
No.
Mr. Gito?
Yay.
And I vote no. So it stays in. Anything else you want to review? Amend or edit? Vice Chair Cavey?
My
Oh.
vote was yes, of course. I said yay, but it was a yes.
I know.
Okay.
So it was 2 to 3.
I was just
Yeah.
crazy.
That's okay, no, I got it, yeah.
All set.
Thank you.
So I only have one article. It's sort of the one I've been championing on this one, is Article 38 on page 15.
1-3?
On page 15,
on
3-8. This is Article 38.
30.
And I'm just, perhaps I should know this better, but the title there, voting location change, this actually is not a motion to change voting locations, but change the charter instead that could potentially allow it, but doesn't necessarily imply it. And so just changing that to be called something else, I think is probably better. Just change to charter section C8-3, polling places.
Article 30, did you say?
3-8.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's on page 15, very bottom.
So, Mr. Kidd, would charter amendment work as a?
That's fine. I just don't want to give the impression that we're doing something that we're not. We're changing the charter, and that might allow us to change locations. But it also might just allow us to keep it exactly the way it is. But the charter, right now, we are not doing what the charter requires us to do. So if we even just kept it exactly the way it is, we would actually be in compliance if we just made this change.
Second.
So the wording change is going to be what?
This would only be the change to the title of it.
To be, to what?
Sorry, kind of going. Yeah, I'm going in and out. Sorry.
Okay.
The,
You're not hearing anything?
Please talk to, I'm sorry, Mr. Kate.
You have nothing to be sorry for at all, ever. Yeah. So Article 38, we're going to change the title of it from voting location change to. Sorry, Mr. Coulter. What was your recommendation? I thought it was
Charter amendment?
Yeah, charter amendment.
And there was a motion, it was seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Unanimous. Anything else? You're quite welcome, Dolores. Anything else? Is that all set? All set? All set?
Madam Chair, if the members are all set, I do have a few other amendments.
Yes,
changes.
please.
Article 36, we're asking that it be deleted on the basis, as Mr. Rowe pointed out, that it's a duplication of the appropriation in the operating budget. We're already accounting for that in the operating budget. It does not require an article. So we're asking Article 36 to be deleted in its entirety.
May I take a motion? Open to a motion.
So made.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well, so it's deleted.
So, Madam Chair, as you noted in this handout I gave, in order to come up with the $2,074,900 to pay for the medical insurance funds needed, we're asking that the following articles be deferred until the fall town meeting. They weren't numbered at the time, but as we go through it, I'll tell you what numbers they are. There's approximately 10 items that we're just asking. Not that they stay in the book, but it's going to read defer until the fall town meeting. So as we go through them, I'll tell you what they are.
Okay.
So these would be inserted, or they would not be inserted?
They are gonna be inserted, so they know where we're getting the $2 million from, but we're simply saying defer those amounts until the fall town meeting. And that's how we'll read in the book.
And for placing, I know this is just a process and it's detail, we have our articles categorized, like housekeeping and then CPC. So where would those be placed for easy identification?
All of them except one of them, which is currently Article 71,
Okay.
are all bunched together under capital articles. But for whatever reason, 71 is way in the back. We're gonna put that in with the other articles.
Okay.
As I go through them, I'll point that out to you.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're not gonna vote
They are.
to insert all the rest of the articles? What are we?
Yes, we're going.
How are we doing here?
Yes.
We're
I-
gonna do that. And
Yes,
then-
the process will be, but I wanted to see what the edits and amendments are first.
Yes, yes.
Before
Yeah.
we say, we take the vote on the insertion.
Yeah.
And then we close
Yeah.
the warrant. So,
Mr. Carrera makes a great point,
what is that?
and that is that this page that you have in the book will put all of these together.
Wonderful.
So it
That way
flows.
it'd be the last thing would be, Tom would say, all these will be deferred.
Okay.
And it's not like jump around page to page.
Right,
Good
that's a
idea.
good idea.
So
And I-
you'll renumber them
Yes, sir.
before you send them.
That's correct.
Good.
And I do want to say to you, these reductions or these deferments we're making are very painful. They're going to be very impactful in terms of timing of projects and schedules. But it was the only way we could find the $2,074,900 to cover the reduction in free cash that's being used for the medical insurance.
I would suggest that the next time that we talk about the health insurance plan, that you mention that.
Absolutely, I will do that. It's a great point.
Well, I'm sure you're planning to do it, so.
I wasn't, so thank you. Someone once said to me, if you're the brightest guy in the room, you're in trouble. So thank you for that, Mr. Gito. So as we go, Article 40, we're deferring 100% of that article. You'll see it as deferred on the page. So
Page
Madam Chairman,
16.
we really don't need a vote until we get to the end of all these. That goes to the top of the next page as well, page 17.
You said Article 40.
Article 41, pardon me. And Article 40, both are deferred. 40 and 41. So if you want to use this page, now that we have the article numbers, we can put them right on that page. But to Mr. Gito's point and Mr. Carrara's point, we're gonna renumber them, so it flows much easier.
Excellent.
Article 45, we're deferring 100% of it. Article 46, we're deferring 100% of it. Article 47, there's more detail, and that is the 295, we're reducing to 115.
That's 47.
On Article 47.
295,000, reducing it to how much again?
Reduced to 115.
Thousand.
The CAD software, the 55,000, we're deferring. The 170, we're deferring. The 70, we're deferring. And the 2025, we're reducing to 115.
Which one?
It's the one that says self-contained breathing apparatus, $225,000. We're reducing to a new number, which is $115,000. We're deferring the balance. Now, let me explain to you that thinking. We don't want to defer all of the chief's safety equipment, so this will allow him to get started on his purchasing and his buying immediately upon July 1st, but we're deferring the balance of it until the fall town meeting. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Article 48, to Mr. Carrara's point, that's coming out of retained earnings as a source. Article 55, we're deferring. Article 57, we're deferring. Article 58, we're deferring. Yes, Mark? Through you, Madam Chair.
We cannot defer Article 57.
We cannot.
That's the project we were talking about.
Okay. Mark, what was the value of that?
150,000?
Okay.
And those are being deferred because, does that make up the $2 million?
Yes, sir. So when Mark and I, Madam Chair, when Mark and I get together tomorrow morning, we'll have to find that amount of money in the rest of the budget somewhere, the capital budget. So there will be a change. This one will come off the deferment, and something else will go on. And we'll have that to you first thing in the morning, as an amendment.
All right.
Thank you for that, Mark. You're a lot of help.
We're going to continue with the permitting, is that correct?
Mark? Mr. Gito has a question.
I just
Yes.
I'm having a hard time going up and down my screens.
Oh, that's okay.
Article 58, deferred. Article 61, we've already gone through this, delete. Article 64, we've already covered. Mr. Gito's recommendation, we delete. Article 65, we're gonna change the order in this to up to about Article 6. And Mr. Rowe has the explanation for that. Mr. Rowe? So we're not changing any amount or any cost, just the location in the article.
Hello, Mr. Rowe.
So before Mr. Rowe talks about the positioning, the objective here is to build our stabilization fund. As I've indicated many times, we're working on a 4-year capital plan for infrastructure. It's to the tune of tens of millions of dollars of much-needed 100-year-old infrastructure that we'll have prior to town meeting, and we'll address it in town meeting. And Mr. Rowe has decided that the positioning of that is important. So, Bill?
So, yeah, good evening, everyone. Bill Rowe, Town Accountant. So as you town meeting reps all know, that we've usually put the stabilization money articles last, and we fund the stabilization with what's left over. So Mr. Calter wants to flip that around. He wants to fund the stabilization right up front with a finite dollar amount, take it right off the top. And that money would come from the tax levy. So if when the governor comes out with her local aid proposal, if it's higher than the estimate, we would make the motion. Obviously you'd have to get 9 members of the FinCom to agree with it, unless he wanted to make a motion on the floor. But they want any excess of local aid that comes in over the estimate, stick that right into stabilization, right up front before we vote any other money articles. So that's the intention.
Madam Chair, just a comment on that. It's important that the citizens of Stoughton understand that the mishap, the broken sprinkler system had at Town Hall this weekend, we're getting estimates now of the damage to the building. It could be in the millions of dollars, and we could be displaced out of that building for months, which will all be covered by insurance, thank goodness. The building's 130 years old. We've got water lines, sewer lines in this town that are just as old. And if they break and it's millions of dollars to repair them, we don't have that money. And when it's not gonna be covered by insurance. So we had a conference call yesterday with our financial advisors. They recommended, and I had asked for this weeks ago, that we build our stabilization fund to $20 million as fast as we can. Because here's the problem. If we build any more new structures with debt, our bond rating will likely be lowered, and the cost of money will go up. So if we have another catastrophic mishap like the one we had this past weekend, we're not talking about $2 to $3 million like this weekend. We could be talking about $20 or $30 million, and it's not covered by insurance. We need, given the age of our infrastructure, it's not conservative to build our infrastructure. Our stabilization fund to $20 million. It's necessary to build our stabilization fund to $20 million. So our budgets are all set for 2024 when we pass them on May 1st. If additional money comes in from the state in any of the funds, Chapter 90, Chapter 70, the lottery funds, the unrestricted local aid, what this article does is ask that surplus money, unbudgeted surplus money, go directly to the stabilization fund to plan for and anticipate a major breach in our infrastructure that we're not positioned to deal with right now. That's what this article is about.
Madam Chairman, that's why
Yeah.
I wanted to delete those 2 other funds. that
Exactly.
There was no need to have them, that the stabilization is the most important thing. The bond rating people don't care how much we put in an empty hole, which would be the building thing. When we build stuff, we bond for the whole thing. It's ridiculous to tie money up in something like that when we're gonna, build something that's 30 million and you're saving like 20 grand over here. It makes absolutely no sense. So you guys voted against me, that's fine, but that's why I had discussions with Tom. We had talked about it from the start, how to pound up the statement. I was there Sunday with Tom, and I'll tell you something. I know I said something about, we shouldn't split up the facilities thing and give it to somebody else, making that new job. It proved it. What I had to say was right, because if Paul Jaffoon wasn't there that day, Tom would have been left harmless and helpless.
Alone with Scott?
Alone with me.
Oh, my God. That made a point.
And you weren't there. We said, where's number 2? Well, he wasn't there. No, but Paul,
I never called.
every 2 seconds, he was on the phone to this one, to that one. The elevator guy, you might have had an assistant. He wasn't going to have what Paul had. He'd be running back to his locker looking, which is next? It reminded me of Joel Harding from the school department.
Yeah.
There's a guy who had his hands on stuff. Paul had his hands on that stuff that day, and I walked with them, and Tom was with them. Tom's wife was there. Steph couldn't be there. I had to be in her office and move stuff that she told me to move. It was pretty bad. It was devastating. I mean, there was water. These tiles were bowing like pregnant whales, and then they let go. I felt so bad for Kristen in engineering. I mean, that girl was devastated when I walked in there Monday. She was like somebody burnt her house down. I mean, it was that bad. I mean,
Indeed, between Paul and Chief Carroll, they took total control. They knew when to turn the power off, when to turn the water off, when to turn the power back on. Paul used his contacts. Next week I'll have in my announcements a general contractor from Stoughton that Paul called, and he sent over himself and 5 guys, and no purchase order, no nothing, but to help us address the immediate crises. I think sometimes it's very important to circle back too and give credit where credit's due. Mr. Gito pushed very hard for us to do a long-term capital plan. In my call with the bonding company and our financial advisor yesterday, they pointed out that we're lacking 2 things that we need to do that will help us avert a downgrade in our policy. The first one is a long-term capital plan. They are scared to death about sudden and unforeseen infrastructure breaches, and they should be. The second thing they made clear is we need a financial policy that provides guardrails. It's very similar to Dave's motion, a financial policy that he's going to speak to in a minute, that provides guidelines for our borrowing, for our spending, for our budgeting. With those 2 things, a long-term capital plan, which is rolling every year, with a long-term capital plan and a financial policy adopted by the board, we're likely going to avoid, regardless of our debt structure, any type of downgrade. A downgrade would be perilous because that means our interest rates skyrocket. So it's very, very important, and that's why spending in the next 2 to 4 years is critical. If we do all the right things, we will have the most financially secure town on the South Shore. And they've made that clear to us. So thank you, Lou, for pushing us so hard on the capital plan. Mark has always been grateful for your constant reminders. So that was funny. So
I knew that was coming.
He's very kind. I thought that should be noted, Lou. It was great feedback.
Let's move right along.
Yes,
Mr. McCrisky.
I just have to note, and I have to say it through you to the town manager, you gotta find a better way to entertain your wife on Saturdays than to bring it to a water crash.
Sunday.
She brought in lunch for everyone. So as we noted earlier, 66 and 67 stay. They remain in the budget.
I'm sorry?
66 66 and 67 remain in the budget. 69 gets deleted. It's just duplicative, that's all. We've already covered it in the previous article. And 71 is out of order. It should be part of this chart, so it'll be numbered differently, but it will be deferred to the fall and renumbered.
Which one again? 71?
71.
Number 71. Through you, Madam Chair, I met with Mr. Laurie for over an hour today, and if you'll permit him, he's got a statement to make on his Article 73.
If I can. I don't know.
Wait, before we go on,
Yes.
I just
sorry,
want
Mrs.
one
Buckman.
person, I want one person to complete. So did you have anything else,
We have-
town manager
We have
Thomas Cole?
additions at the end that are different than what you see here, that are in addition to what you see here.
Oh, okay, so you're through. So in that case, I will, wait just a minute, because Mr. Laurie has had his hand raised for the last 30 minutes.
Dr. Rapp, I apologize, I didn't see.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
That works?
Yes.
All right, David Lurie, 18 Robinette Road, thank you for your time. Article 73, I can't believe I'm saying Article 73, page 29, is what I want to address. I had, as Town Manager Coulter mentioned, a very, very exciting conversation, because for years, I had someone who's sitting in the chair seat right in front of me was spending many hours down the hall here talking about
Absolutely.
financial ideas to help the town. And it culminated in a freshly minted new select board member in 2020, in which within 3 months, you were able to convince the board through, at the time, Chairwoman Christine Howe, to invite the Division of Local Services, which is an arm of the Department of Revenue, to train the board and the community on how to do best practices with the finances and the policies of the town. But what we knew at the time is that it's not our job to set policy, it's the select board's job. But the other thing that was not quite understood was how important it was to have a town manager who understood the importance of a financial policy statement, and we didn't have that at the time. So it died because there was claims that it took too much bandwidth, it was just too hard, too much of a heavy lift, let's put that off to another day. So fast forward to just a little while ago, before you even brought on Town Manager Coulter, I had no idea who he was. But I said, you know what, if there's gonna be a new one and we have meetings that I've been to with, through the MMA, which is the Massachusetts Municipal Association, and the financial associations underneath that, they talk about all the towns that have succeeded in getting AAA status with their bond ratings. Not all towns get AAA, but every AAA town has one of these financial policy statements. It definitely helps. So, because Mr. Coulter is in sync with the way we used to think, this is an exciting moment, and I was just so grateful to hear somebody who actually understood how important it would be to take on those kinds of best practices and put guardrails in place. So I'm willing either now to rescind my article or insert it, and then take it out later, because I have a lot of confidence that Town Manager Coulter would embrace it without the need to actually do it. It's just a resolution, by the way. It doesn't set a policy. It just says, please, it would be great if you guys thought about doing one. I didn't even put dates in it as to when it would be done. I told Town Manager Coulter if I had my druthers, that if possible, if one could be finished before the next debt exclusion, wouldn't that be great? That actually people going into the ballot box, voting yes on a debt exclusion, knowing that there's guardrails on how we do best practices with our finances, with the best possible bond rating we could muster up. So that was kind of the thinking behind it. I hope that, if nothing else, that I get a commitment tonight that he would embrace that and run with that, and then I would rescind it now. And then one less, of your 76 articles, you'd have one less. That's kind of how it's.
Mr. Coulter.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Laurie fails to mention one thing, that he will work with me in developing that policy.
Oh, you left that.
He'll be my
Oh,
partner.
how about how about our Director of Finance?
I just wanted to say, Madam Chair, yeah, that agency of DLS that David mentioned, they've sent us a complete list of policies from another town, so we can work with that, so.
Excellent.
And I don't know what they,
It's
I don't know
very
what they
exciting.
do. I don't know how you get the DLS to do something like that, whether the select board has to vote it. You have to get in a queue, and it would take a little while, you know.
Well, I can say we
I just
want-
wanted to say that, don't forget that if you have policies, you have to have people to monitor compliance with those policies.
Yes.
It's like you mentioned before, this board members of this board mentioned with the code enforcement officer. You have a code in place, but if you don't have people to enforce it, it's not worth the paper it's written on.
That's
so.
exactly true. So we want to do right by the town, but we also want to win an award like Easton.
So, Madam Chair, if you're choosing, you can either deal with the issues we went through, and I can wait till we talk about the additional articles we need to add, or I'll go through the additional articles now. It's your pleasure.
What is your recommendation?
With the superintendent's here, as a courtesy, I think we should take up his issue.
Thank you very much. With that said, Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is the first time I'm hearing of deferring Article 71 to the fall. I was never given a heads up that that was something that was on the table this evening, nor has the school committee. The school committee voted to insert Article 71 into the warrant back in December, and we haven't been given any information about a request to defer it, and so I would urge the board to leave it in the warrant.
Madam Chair, neither have the department heads been notified of our
Oh, wait
intent.
just a minute. Can you start again, please?
Madam Chair, neither have our department heads.
Testing. I don't think
Testing.
Okay.
Madam Chair, neither have our department heads been given notice. Until the board votes, there's really nothing to talk about.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I may, the school committee is different than the town department head. The school committee is its own fiduciary body and its own ability to insert things into the warrant. And so again, I would urge the Board of Selectmen not to defer that, but to keep the warrant, keep the article in the warrant. I'm very surprised by this.
Madam Chair, the article is still in the warrant. The article is still in the warrant. Due to the crisis that's been created in the healthcare area, we need $2 million. Therefore, we need to defer until the fall $2 million in capital spending. It should be noted that the employees involved in this are both town, municipal, and school members. It's not just a town issue. It's a community issue which includes the municipality and the school.
Madam Chair, I recognize Mr. Calder's argument. My concern is that the school committee was never given an opportunity to have this discussion publicly or otherwise. And I think they should have been given the opportunity to know this was coming, to be able to discuss it, and be able to take a vote on the matter. And we were not given that courtesy. And that concerns me greatly. And so again, I would urge the board to keep Article 71 in the warrant in the spring.
That's 450,000, right?
Yes.
Of the two. Okay.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I don't think that the board wants us to debate, myself and the superintendent, this issue now, but I would remind the gentleman that that issue goes both ways. It was only 2 months ago when I arrived and needed to know how many new FTEs there would be in the schools so what I could account for the joint cost increase in healthcare, which was in a crisis. I never heard back from the superintendent. I heard from the school board literally saying it was none of my business. So it goes both ways. And I would ask that the gentleman remember in the future, that goes both ways.
I would have expected the courtesy of a phone call
Me
on
too.
something that serious, to move something that the school committee voted back in December to include in the warrant. I would have expected the courtesy of a phone call, and more than that, a courtesy to the chair of the school committee to let us know.
I
And
would have
that
as
didn't
well
happen.
expected a phone call, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I can.
Yes.
This is the things that boil my ass. You know, really. I mean, because we've been dealing with this, Dr. Rabb, no disrespect, long before you came to the town. I've been told by members of the school committee, that person needs to go. You know, if we're gonna get together, we have to learn to get along. You know, and these are the things that go. I mean, the town manager has a responsibility as well, and we only find out about some things after. I've been, not threatened, but pretty damn close to it as to, you know, what my role is, you know, and we need to get better at that, you know, but it does need to go both ways, you know, and we're still adversarial with that end of Pearl Street and this end of Pearl Street, no matter how many damn meetings we've had and how many times we talk to each other on the phone and say we get along, until somebody doesn't get the damn way, and then it goes real bad, you know, and maybe, you know, we all need to look in the mirror, you know, and, you know, and I'm hoping we're not gonna get into a long debate, because I'm hot on this one, and I will not back off tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCristy. Mr. Gito?
This is unfortunate, this is coming up in this particular environment. I guess my view is that I'm of the mind to take the advice of the town manager, but to give you a day to find $450,000 that you would put into this pot of money that we have to get $2 million. So if this is not the thing, but this is a vehicle that we were looking for, and remember that that the rest of that $2 million came out of the town, that you call Mr. Coulter and say, here's another way to skin the cat, and skin it, but it's got to be skinned. So does that work for you? Maybe you can't even answer, because the school committee needs to answer that question, but maybe you can get on the phone and find that out. And if we get to yes that way, then maybe everybody will be happy, or happier.
So I would like to add, it started out as a communication issue. Someone didn't tell the next person, but I would like to refresh everyone's memory, especially those that don't have this backup documentation, that this item, Article 71, is security upgrades, intrusion alarm upgrades, and interior door hardware, to see if the town will vote to appropriate, and in this case it's $450,000, to transfer for available funds from the Treasury for upgrade and installation of various security measures, including replacement of intrusion alarm systems at the Stoughton Public School buildings. So it goes on and on, excluding the high school. So one thing is, we've been faced with a lot this evening regarding being in the red. And I can understand why, on the one hand, our town manager, Mr. Coulter, is trying to go through and skinny it down as much as he can. But I can also understand what you're saying, Doctor, regarding the urgency of having this done. So can you work together and find some funds to help out our situation in this regard? So we're talking about $450,000, and the net amount that's in the red is over $2 million. Oh, and then, Mr. Crowry, yeah?
Yeah.
And then Mr. KB,
I was
he
just
says
pointing out to Town Manager Coulter, I don't want to get both sides against each other, but I gotta say something here, that it's $2,074,900. We're asking $450 defrayed. We're defraying $1.6 million on our side. I don't think it's much to ask, Dr. Rapp. I really don't. It isn't like we're saying no. We just want to fix one thing. And then bang, it's not going to get turned down at the next town meeting. It's going to be first on the docket. It's just something that has to happen. That's all I can explain it. It's like,
It was hard for me.
Madam Chair, if I could just make one quick comment.
Yes, please,
My
Dr.
issue isn't the need at the town. I fully understand the need that the town is in. I understand what happened at Town Hall over the weekend. My issue is the lack of communication and the fact that, as Mr. Gito said, I don't have the opportunity to make and take the time to go through the channels, to speak to the people that I need to speak to in order to give an answer to the board this evening.
Mr. McCrisky?
We're not asking.
Oh, what, Mr. Coulter, then
No,
Mr.
Mr.
McCrisky?
McCrisky, please.
Okay, Mr. McCrisky.
No, it just, and I think on the, with the deferring and finding 450,000 other places, because the question I have on this one, and again, it was sent over, we put it in, and I don't know if we asked any questions that night. I don't recall the school committee being there, when it was presented. So, I mean, you would think that would be the time to, to have that, and I may not have been there, I might have missed it, I don't know. But with security the way it is, how long have these buildings been in need of this? When we look at the issues that we've had historically that go well back before this article was, the need for the buildings to be updated, why wasn't it done years ago?
For quite some time, and I think other priorities were there, and now we have a situation where all of the individual door locks are different in every building, and that presents a security issue as we do lockdown drills and we try to properly secure the classrooms. It's been difficult to do that when you have all different kinds of lock sets. And in terms of the security intrusion alarms, those are all the ways that we keep the doors locked, that we make sure that we know when doors are opened, and in terms of temperature settings and different things like that. So it has become an issue, and particularly as we've seen the high school work so well. The high school having the state-of-the-art systems, having the individual door locks. As we've gone through lockdown drills this year in particular, we've seen how not having consistent door lock mechanisms has been an issue and made it difficult.
Okay, good answer. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Gito.
You
Oh,
know,
sorry, Mr.
I defer.
Thank you.
to the next.
I'll be
town
quick.
meeting.
I can understand from a procedural and also from a sociological perspective why this particular article may be an issue. Security in schools is a huge item. So I'm not saying it shouldn't have been put on the list. Something had to be put on the list. But at the same time, if we can just get back to finding the $450,000 and putting this back in, that would be a good solution. And I believe that the superintendent intends to do that. We could probably move on after Mr. Coulter speaks.
Thank you, Mr. Gito. Through you, Madam Chair. May I suggest a place to look?
Yes.
The $2,074,000 is for all of the town employees, the subsidy that we need on the healthcare deficiency. 75% of those employees are school employees. We didn't ask the school for 10 cents to help solve this problem. Never even made that call either, asking for 10 cents to solve this problem. Perhaps the superintendent can talk to his school committee about contributing 75% of the $2,074,000 that would represent the school portion of that deficit. We didn't ask for a dime. We solved the problem because the school budget was complete, and we respected that. We didn't make that call and ask for their proportionate share. We just paid for it on the town side, and we're taking on this pain, deferring our capital plan to cover that $2,074,000. without any contribution for the school employees. So perhaps the superintendent, I would be delighted if he could do this, reopen this issue, reopen his budget with the school committee, and ask simply that the school committee find in their budget the proportionate share of the deficit for their 75% of the employees. That seems like a fair exchange of value.
Again, not to get into a debate that's well in excess of $450,000. I'm also certain that the school committee is not going to want to reopen the budget at this time. Again, my issue is not over the fiduciary issues. My issue is being blindsided at a public meeting. That's my issue, and I don't appreciate it. We should have had the opportunity to consider the situation so that we could have made a recommendation to the board, and we haven't been able to do that.
My issue, Madam Chair, is we never even received a thank you note for covering 100% of the cost. That call could have been made as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Rapp, I appreciate you coming up and speaking about this. You know, and I don't have many pet peeves, but it's just I've got to be honest. When people, like, if I'm trying to fix something and someone rips it out of my hands, it just drives me nuts. So for anything to sort of be ripped out of your hands, I'm very sensitive to that. I can appreciate, even though it's maybe not the best analogy, that both you and the school committee could feel like this is something you are working on and you're having ripped out of your hands. And so I'm very sensitive to that. And would, sort of my natural inclination is to do what you're asking and not to include this. And that's probably where I'm going to end up. But I would also just like to express some concerns I have that I honestly kind of hate having to do this in a public setting. But here we are, and we're having this conversation. As part of so the problem that we're facing with healthcare falls inside of joint costs. And I was at least one meeting with you where we were alerted to this problem. It was 2-3 weeks ago. In that time, what has been your thinking or the thinking of and I don't want to speak, you can't speak for the school committee, but the thinking of the schools with regard to this portion of a deficit of joint costs? Like, what did you guys think, how is this going to get covered?
Again, we weren't given the opportunity to even consider it or fully understand the problem.
Yeah.
I saw the joint costs, I saw the increase in the joint costs in healthcare in the budget. I understood that. It was understood that it was covered, and I understood that was a significant increase. I understood the school proportion of that and accepted that, and that was fine. I fully understand that. Tonight, I just feel blindsided, and I don't appreciate that.
No, I totally respect that. When the budget's put together, I've expressed this to members of the school committee, probably to you as well. I want to be honest, I have nothing to do with the schools and part of my job, so I spend no time trying to understand any of the work you do, just to be honest. Beyond just being a parent and a town meeting representative, I don't get into the minutia of the work you guys are doing. So there's just a lot of areas where I just don't have any information. And I'm fine with that. I do my thing here, you guys are doing that over there. But when you are putting together the budget, to what extent is your decisions informed by joint costs?
We see them, and we understand that they're a necessary part of the joint cost between the town and the schools. I think this year, one of the things that the schools was very clear about is that we were only using our Chapter 70 money for increases. And so we were very cognizant of that even back in October when we started putting the budget together, that we weren't going to be using any town funds for the FY24 budget. We simply used the remainder of Chapter 70 funds that were converted from 2 articles from special town meeting and now are in the FY24 budget proposal. So all along, we have been clear that we haven't been using additional town funds. If in fact we needed to look at our budget again, if in fact we needed to reconsider anything, again, I would have been appreciated to have that conversation, and then we could have done that, but we weren't given that opportunity.
Yeah, with I've got no more questions. I appreciate that. I'm just going to share my own thoughts on this. For what it's worth, I would personally like to see this article remain. However, we will have to find an additional $450,000 somewhere. Somebody's got to find it somewhere. And if we have to show up to the floor of town meeting with articles that we may have to dismiss at some future time, or if the school committee chooses of their own free will to dismiss articles, that certainly would be helpful. You guys can have that conversation or not. But town meeting will have to figure out where this additional $450,000 is coming from. And I guess there might be a lot of resentment after that decision's made. I'm not really sure. I can kind of imagine a couple of different equilibriums, places we could end up where people feel, where some feelings get hurt, but maybe that's the experiment we run. So, yes, 4 to 5 people. I mean, I'll tell you my own views. However this ends, I'm certainly glad we had a chance to address this, but I'm personally not in favor of removing this. Actually, it's not even removing it. It's just denoting it as deferred, which could also just equally be done by dismissing the article when we get there.
Mr. McCrisky.
I just want to bring up something to clarify, because it just popped into my head. Through you, the town manager, you said that you made a phone call asking about FTEs at the school department, and you were told it was none of your business?
My second week here, I took my first look at the budget and realized that healthcare was a problem. Joint costs are where we house all of the healthcare expense. I then looked at the fall town meeting and heard the superintendent announce he was hiring 22 FTEs in fiscal 23 and 24. So clearly, whoever he hires is his choice. But we, as a town, as a municipality, have to cover the insurance costs associated with that. 22 family plans times $22,000 is about $500,000. So it was material in our budget, as we were cutting everywhere. 0 new FTEs on the municipal side. So I wrote a note to the superintendent and asked how many FTEs, because it wasn't in his budget that he submitted. It was purposely kept out. We saw that there were 3 new assistant superintendents, but not any new assistant teaching or staff. So I thought I was calling a colleague, a peer, to ask the question. I never got a response back. What I got back was an email from the school committee telling me, you're the town manager, he's the superintendent. Don't ask him that information again. I'm paraphrasing, of course. It's really none of your business, so you're fair. So if the gentleman wants a cooperation, I'm very willing. But all phone calls need to be returned. I don't take calls he makes to me and send them to you. I give him the courtesy of a return phone call. And all I expect is the same in return. So right now, we're covering 100% of the health care. I think the municipal side is being very, very, very generous with money we don't have. We're doing a 4-year capital plan that we're not gonna be able to afford. I don't know how we're gonna solve it. I believe generally there's a solution to every problem. I don't know what the solution to that problem is going to be. And all I ask is that we look at everything as a municipality, not as a them and us. And I would have thought, as we put some costs into the joint budget this year, like school crossing guards and school resource officers that are clearly 100% school expenses, by putting them in joint costs, it would take away the sting. It wouldn't affect their bottom line at all. And I was told we had to take that out as well and put it back into the police department budget, which made that budget go up. So the phone rings very clearly when they want changes, but when I need help, I don't get return phone calls. That's what I was saying earlier.
Well, that concerns me.
It's very concerning.
And it does concern me, and I agree, and I can't speak for Mr. Gito, but when we talked about joint costs, I mean, there are clearly some costs that do not belong on the municipal side of government. And crossing guards, I don't know why they belong in the police department. They don't, it's a school function. They're
School
crossing
resource
children.
officers.
School resource officers, I may have a different position on, because from a law enforcement standpoint, I think it's nice that the police officers are there they make friends with some of the kids, and some of the things go on in the school, that could be a good thing. But there's probably a lot of things I would bring up, snow plowing. I mean, we did this with trash years ago. We used to pick up the school department trash. They didn't like it. They went out on their own and they got it and they moved it in their budget. Snow plowing. I was brought to my attention one time, some time ago, that there was a phone call saying you have to get the school parking lots done. And the good response was.
This week.
What's that?
It happened this week.
Okay, well, I'm talking back a few years ago, and the answer that was told to the then superintendent was, we'll get to you when we get to you, because they made the right statement. The residents of Stoughton need to get to work. And the biggest calls we get on a snow day, and anybody who's been on this board long enough knows, it's not when's my street getting plowed, is my trash getting picked up today? So that is the biggest phone call you get. So, I mean, I think we have to take a serious look, and I think it's gotta start now as to, if we're gonna be in this type of relationship where we can't talk, we've just gotta lay all the cards out and say, hey, fixed cost and shared cost, Chapter 70 funds, I mean, there's a lot that can be talked about, and it needs to start.
Part of the solution.
Right.
I have before you have your solution, I have a question, because I'm processing. It's a lot of information that is being discussed right now, and I'm just processing, and we're talking about joint costs now. So healthcare goes in joint costs, and that comes right off the top,
That's
and it
correct.
goes into joint costs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are you stating, not implying, but are you stating that the pro rata distribution of healthcare costs in the joint costs is not accurate? So
No.
it's not pro rata share,
It's not pro rata share. The 75% of the members are part of the school system. The joint cost gets totaled, and it comes right off the top, and then we do our budgets from there on in. So it's not divided 70-30.
because once it goes in that pot of funds, you would think that it's allocated appropriately like.
And it is not.
And it-
Everybody in town government thought that, and it's just not true. It comes right off the top, and what's left, the school gets to do their budget, the town gets to do their budget. Part of the solution, Madam Chair, is Mr. Tisdale and Mr. Rowe and I will form the budget committee for next year, and we intend to start that budget process June 1st for fiscal '25. And we're gonna send out all the correspondence and all the communication in the world that the superintendent would like. And we are gonna tell them what we're gonna handle on behalf of the schools and what we're not gonna handle on behalf of the schools, so that they can do their budget in a very open, honest, transparent way. But this year, their budget was done before we did our budget, before we completed our budget. So we couldn't go back with any changes or any communications about adjustments based upon fairness. So we're gonna do our budget June 1st, and we'll have it to you by September 1st, not December, September. And that way, the door won't be closed when we discover issues like this $2 million problem that gets attributed 100% to the municipal side of our government. I think that'll solve a lot of things. And I assure the superintendent, we will send email after email and phone call after phone call with our budget requirements before they even start their budget. So there'll be plenty of time. That should solve it.
No, I don't have anything to add. Again, the big issue for me is being blindsided. It's the fiduciary stuff we can figure out. It's the being blindsided. That's what I didn't appreciate.
Thank you very much. So I'm open to a motion. It was on item number, I don't know where we were.
71.
71.
Motion to defer.
Motion to defer is the motion on table. Can I get a second?
I'll second that, just for
Discussion?
discussion. I would defer that for 24 hours, and without a requirement to come back to the board. I hope that you two people can figure it out. Does that work for you, do you believe?
I need to consult with the school committee.
I understand that.
Sure.
I mean, your consultation with the school committee might be, we don't want to do anything, and in which case, that our decision will be to do what we've just suggested. I mean, I'm just saying, but we're all in the same. Are you happy with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you want me
There
to
you
put
go.
that in my motion, Mr. Gito, then?
Uh,
The way you said it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm up. The way Mr. Gito said
Ditto. No, he said, so it's a motion to defer, Article 71, for 24 hours, or maybe till close of business tomorrow afternoon, to make a decision where that $450,000 will come from.
And it's been second, and for discussion. So, go ahead, I was gonna say.
If anybody wants to perfect that, they
No,
can do it.
we don't wanna perfect it. Where I'm going is, we're supposed to close the, warrant tonight, and I'm wondering what are the mechanics to do that, but
Well,
then,
we could do it with this.
You could do it.
Because there's going to have to be some typing done. And so while the typing's done, the other piece can get changed.
And if it doesn't happen, it goes in the
That's
way I
right.
said.
Madam Chair, just want to make one final point for the record. We're not deleting this. You saw all the items we deleted.
Right.
Nobody's recommending deletion of this. This is a project that has been in the waiting, I'm sure, for years and years and years and years. We're not asking to delete it. We're asking to defer it in support and in collaboration with the municipal government.
Any other more discussion on this motion? Oh, yeah, Vice Chair KV, almost there.
Yeah, but truth is, I might just be dense here, but I'm not really sure if I understand the benefit of denoting it as deferred, if it's still an article. If it can be withdrawn later, then we can just, offer, have discussions along the way, and there could be communication with the school committee, the finance committee, about what the things that they want to do, how they might want to handle it. To be honest, we do have this deficit. We do within joint costs, offering the finance committee an opportunity to also sink their teeth into it, offer recommendations. They are a clever bunch who have a lot of great ideas, and might be able to find a way to move this around in a way that where we can still cover these costs. With this article withdrawn or not, or if the school committee votes at some point in the future to withdraw it, then they can tell us ahead of time, and then we can kind of cross that off of our list. I think making a decision about this tonight is I just don't see the necessity for it. I don't see it being necessary that it has to be determined tonight, that we are definitely going to defer this to the fall. This is, I think, something that we can work out over the next couple of months. And so I'm personally not in support of denoting this as deferred.
Yes, Mr. Carrara.
This is very important. This is part of the $2 million payment. If we don't handle this tonight or within the 24 hours, we're short $450. So where are we gonna find that $450? We can't find any more on our side. Everything's been ripped to shreds. I think it's gotta be somehow decided tonight so that Tom can move forward with the other issue that we had with 300,000 people in here tonight worrying about their stuff. If this 450 don't get straightened away, they're not gonna balance it. It's us over here that's gotta hammer it out. I think we gotta stand up and just ask them to do this for us, do it for everybody. It's only 450, it's 1.6 million we've short at our budget side. Theirs is whole. Never touched it. Didn't ask him. I asked Tom if we could ask him, and he says, I don't think we can. Their budget was put in and it's in. That's what he said to me. It was put in and it's in. He goes, I'll find it. And that was a lot to ask of a guy that came in on a budget that was handed to Mark, basically, And then Mark tried to put it together, and then they found out together the big horror show that we're facing.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
The
Mr.
only,
Gito.
the only reason for giving the 24 hours is if this is critically important to the safety of the children, and the school committee can find something else that they would put on the table for $450,000, it's not inappropriate for us to ask them that question and give them the opportunity to make that decision. But if they can't make that decision within 24 hours or say, the heck with you, then we move ahead with what we're doing. It's only priorities within the $450,000. It's not the matter of the $450,000.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Just-
Vice Chair Kane.
And just to Mr. Gito's request that, though I'm not in favor of doing this at all, I still, even if we were going to vote in favor of this collectively, the school committee needs more than 24 hours. I don't think that they can't put it on an agenda and meet unless they, just ignore all of the open meeting laws that govern their board. So if we're going to, if this is something that people feel strongly about and want to do, though I won't be voting in favor of it, it might be prudent to give them more than just 24 hours. They have to be able to meet.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
my job is to serve the board and make it easier on the board, not harder on the board. Let Mr. Rowe, Mr. Tisdale, and I find other ways we can eviscerate the municipal side of the budget. All I ask the superintendent is, please don't let me regret this, that no good deed goes unpunished. That's all I ask. If this is a new beginning between the municipality and the town, between you and I invite you to do that. But as I reminded you in your office a month ago, it has to go both ways.
I just needed a phone call.
Me as well.
And for this, something this serious with a school committee vote is unacceptable.
We'll find a way. We'll
No.
find a way.
I'm going to vote against my motion then.
That's a first.
I'm sorry.
That's a first. Voting against your own motion. That's
So
funny,
there's
Lou.
still a motion on the table, and the motion has been seconded.
I mean, if we can't solve this problem,
Go ahead.
I thought it was solved when I looked at this.
All I'm saying, Madam Chair,
Yes.
all I'm saying is, the superintendent makes a point that I owed him a phone call, and I didn't make it, and for that I apologize. So I do understand, if I may, Mr. Gito, the surprise. I accept that. My job is not to make this board's work harder. We'll find a way, and all I ask in consideration is that the gentleman recognize that the phone goes both ways. The communication goes both ways. My first introduction to the gentleman is a no-return phone call on a simple question on full-time employees. So it goes both ways, and if he can adhere to that, we have a new beginning. And we'll find a place, we'll find money in the budget, and it will be painful. It will be very, very painful. But I think we can move on from this. I'll find the money.
Vice Chair Cavey.
Oh, no, I
Oh,
think I've made my
You
point
said you made your-
clear as I can, and the board will do as the board wills.
Take it out.
So there's still a motion on the table. Mr. Coulter said he'll find a way, but it's still the board's decision
Correct.
what you want to do. I still have a question. If the 450,000 stays, what is the worst-case scenario? It goes to FinCom, and so it's unbalanced now, right? We're deeper in the red one. And so then it goes to town meeting, and town meeting will make the decision.
Madam Chair,
What's the worst-case scenario
it
on this?
wouldn't be
We're just talking
unbalanced.
about the numbers now.
The operating budget is still balanced, but the source of that free cash is from the capital budget. we're gonna have to find additional capital cuts or other reductions in the budget in order to solve this gap. What I'm saying to you is there's no place to find it that's surplus. When I tell you this budget is dead raw, we have no FTEs, none, zero. Now, the schools I know have, or at least according to the gentleman's announcement at town meeting, 22 FTEs. Now, I can tell from the insurance increases, they haven't been hired because we've only had 2 new insurance policies. That's the only way I know that. Perhaps he can find it in the people that they're unable to hire, as the lady pointed out this evening, because of our healthcare. They may not be able to hire all 22. So if he wants to work with me tomorrow and find a place, I'll look. I'm asking in good faith that they look, and we'll find other sources. What I'm saying, and you're completely correct, it's a board's decision, not mine, but we will find that money if needed, if we need to find that money. I'm hoping the school contributes, but that's something I can't control.
I would like to take a moment to recognize Chairman, FinCom Chairman Enochian. Please step forward.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Von Enochian, Precinct 4. I just wanted to make you aware that the doors are locked to this building when I tried to just come in here. I just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you very much.
You didn't
Thank
bring
you.
your sleeping bag?
And there's a public meeting going on. The doors were locked. I just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vaughn, is the fire chief around?
Well, here he is. Here's the engineer. He's to help us.
I'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Because he's got a lot of keys.
There's axes
Right. Okay, so I think we're landing in a good place. Do you agree, Dr. Rob, that you're going to talk with and collaborate with Mr. Coulter? And right now it's $450,000, right? Or are you in agreement with that, or how do you feel about all of this?
I appreciate the discussion. I do need to consult with the school committee. I just haven't had an opportunity to do that, and I need to do that before I can give any other answer.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, one thought would be, Dr. Rapp, could we do half the schools this year and half the schools in the fall, or in this town meeting? And the other half, we reduced some of the budgets. We didn't delete them. We just reduced them, the capital budget. Could we reduce that in half, and you do half the schools before the fall, and then in the fall town meeting, bring the other half forward and do the other half in the second half? So it's still the same amount. They wouldn't be able to do them all at the same time anyway. That would solve some of the problem.
And I appreciate that thinking. Again, I need to go back to the school committee and have that discussion. Sure.
Thank you very much. This has been a very healthy discussion. So that's it. No motion, the motion died, and the two of you will work together
Yes.
on this decision. Anything else?
Thank you. That solves a big problem.
Yes, my job is not to make your job harder. There are 3 new articles I'd like to bring before the board and ask for your support. The first article is to create an enterprise fund for the solid waste part of the business. The analysis Mark and Bill and Paul and I did yesterday shows that department losing $450,000 a year, but it's hidden within DPW, so it's not brought to the surface. So we did a forensic analysis of the department and have concluded that it's at a loss of $450,000 a year, not counting truck maintenance or anything. So I think this article, which would just simply create an enterprise fund for solid waste subject to the general law, chapter 44, section 53F.5, simply allows us to do careful analysis every month on the enterprise funds by breaking it out separately. And I think it's just good business. It'll help us give rise to another area that is in difficulty that we can make a priority. That's what we're asking for in that article.
You need a motion on that to add?
If the board would like to add it, we're going to add it tomorrow. If not, we won't.
So move, we have a motion, second, anyone second?
Could you repeat the motion? I'm sorry.
The motion is,
Two.
Make an enterprise fund, basically.
Is to create an enterprise fund for solid waste.
For solid waste.
Thank you very much, I apologize. So,
Trash included.
I'll second that motion.
Second, the motion was made by Mr. Gito, second by Vice Chair Cavey, so all in favor? I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
All in favor, Mr. Carrara?
Could I ask a question? Sure. Joe, did we ever have an enterprise account for trash at one time?
No.
I thought so.
I was told we
Time
did.
ago.
When?
A lot, when I first got on the board, 92, 94, we did. And then, the town took it out on a proposed state reduction in local aid, and they took the funding and made it the trash fee. And that would have been the early 2000s. Dennis was on the board.
I was on
At the
when
time,
they.
you
when
were
they-
as well,
yeah.
but we did have a trash fee along, Bill, Bill, I don't think was
was
even
on
here.
the board when
Yeah.
you did
2000
the trash
2002,
fee,
yeah.
But I wasn't on the board when you did the,
Yeah, I wasn't either,
The
because I wouldn't have voted for it, but no, we've had an enterprise account before.
it makes sense, though.
Makes sense.
I mean,
Did the board vote?
it's,
No, we didn't,
I was just asking a question
Yeah.
because it was voted.
were in
There was-
discussion.
There was some in discussion.
so on the motion?
Next one is.
What, why we ended up with the trash fee is because we gave money to the school department and we fell short on the.
Can you talk into the mic?
Oh, I don't wanna get too close to it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, can you say that again? The fee was because?
The fee was because, we gave 800 and something thousand to the schools to do something, and then when we went to the budget, it was short. And the only way to do it was to institute a trash fee, and that's when that started.
Well, that, yeah. There was other funds that went. I like when it happens, he's over there going crazy with those little knobs, it's funny. But, no, there was money, and I don't know what happened, because I just got off the board, but it was, they anticipated state reduction of local aid. And it was about the same money, so it was an easy thing to just say, well, the heck with it. We'll just slap a trash fee, give everybody the trash fee, and that state reduction of local aid didn't happen. So there was money that, maybe that's when you gave the 800,000, because you had $2 million extra, because you changed it around, the board did, so. But so I think it's a great idea to have an enterprise account. I mean, if you remember, Scott, Lou, with you probably as well, when we had the enterprise accounts, things were running better. When we used to have the ambulance enterprise account, it was great. And some of it was actually paid a portion of the firefighter's salary, because they were paramedic, EMS, EMTIs at the time, I believe. So that enterprise account, the ambulance were able actually to offset firefighter cost. So I love the idea of enterprise accounts. I mean, they're untouchable. It's a fixed cost, that is a fixed cost for a reason, and I think it's good accounting. I mean, for me to be saying that, believe me, is a stretch, because I'm not a finance guy, most of you know, right? Operations end, but I hope we can do more of it.
Okay. So
Bill
is that
has seen the
go?
success, I believe.
Take the
I
vote.
don't know. On the vote, Mr. Carrara,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cavey,
Yes.
Mr. McCrisky?
Yes.
Mr. Gito?
yes.
And I vote yes as well.
Thank you for that. The next article we would like to add, and Mr. Rowe is going to speak to it, it's Stoughton Depot Rehabilitation Cash Payment of Previously Authorized Bonding. Nothing to do, Joe, with the CPC article.
Would you say that one more time?
Stoughton Depot Rehabilitation is the title, Cash Payment of Previously Authorized Bonding. And Bill will explain it.
So, Madam Chair, the article from November 2015 was to rehab the railroad station for $350,000. We borrowed $30,000 in bonds, and we issued a bond anticipation note for $320,000. Because we don't have a use yet determined for the railroad station, we can't issue permanent financing on that, because we don't know if they're gonna be tax exempt bonds or private activity bonds, which would be a higher interest rate to the holder. Because if we lease the building, it would be private activity. So what we've had to do is roll over the note, the temporary note. However, in fiscal '24, you have to begin paying down the principal. So $20,000 would be paid off in principal in fiscal '24. The CPC would like to take their undesignated fund balance and pay off that note, so that we don't have that interest cost any longer. So it's just replacing the funding source from borrowing to the undesignated fund balance from the CPA. So that's all that's doing.
So they're taking cash to pay this off?
Exactly, yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I
Yes,
add to
Chairman
that a
Sweeney.
little bit? So this came up when we were reviewing our budget for the CPC for the year. Bill had put in notations that we would need to allocate $20,000 for a ban. I didn't know what a ban was at that point. It's a bond anticipation note. Long story short, we got into a good deal of discussion back and forth, and Bill was very helpful. The end result was, I ended up saying to Bill, hey, can we just pay this? If we haven't issued the bond, if the CPC is willing, can we convert it to cash? He checked with bond counsel, they said it needed to go back to town meeting. So because there's a lack of a usage, we feel, myself and the treasurer feel that we can take this to the CPC and vote to convert this from a bonded article to a cash article. So we're asking you to insert this article with Bill Rowe, our town accountant, in anticipation of a vote. And I just wanted to make it clear, the CPC has not spoken about this as of yet, as far as a vote goes. But the warrant closes tonight. We didn't have time to set a meeting, and we only actually heard about this part of it this morning, whether or not it would have to go to town meeting. So we scrambled, and here we are.
Motion?
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
How much are we paying?
$300,000.
And what are we going to do with it? I mean, what is this, the CPC, is the CPC going to own the building at the end of the day? What is happening?
No, we're just replacing the funding source from a borrowing article to a cash article.
And we're going to pay cash?
We're going to pay off the note that's outstanding, the temporary note.
Uh-huh. And we still don't know what we're going to do with the building, is that
That's correct. That's why we can't issue bonds, long-term permanent financing, yes.
Are we planning to have that station as our very own forever? Is that the plan? I mean, let me sort of cut to the chase here. We're expecting to be an MBTA community with huge increases in our downtown. That's the plan. And we voted last year at town meeting to change the zoning in the downtown to increase the density quite remarkably. Between the vote on the zoning and the state's plan to have more development in the downtown, it seems to me that we ought to be anticipating using the train station as a train station. A remarkable thought, but you know, if we're going to have a lot of people in the downtown and they are expecting those people to be commuters because that's what the MBTA community law is anticipating to have happen, then do we want to have CPC basically pay for the building with the idea of the building becoming a train station? I'm just trying to get to the end of the road on this in a way that sort of doesn't leave the thing somewhere else. I mean, if we use it as a train station, that doesn't mean that in the evenings we couldn't have a band there. Because people come in the morning to wait for the train to come in. But when they come back home, they scoot. And so you could have more than one use, but you're sort of developing some basis for why do we have this train station? I mean, I'm just saying. And is it, does that concept fit into the thing that we're talking about? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse, or the cart's here and the horse is somewhere else. I don't know. But I'm trying to figure out how we're going to, what we want to be selling to town meeting. Are we selling a different funding source? Are we selling another use? What's going on?
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
What Mr.
we have-
Gito is speaking to is the future use of the building, and I know Mr. Christie is deeply involved with that. What this article has to do with is an article from 2015 that has now come due, that we have to pay off. So I understand what Lou's saying, we've discussed it many times. What is the use moving forward? It's a very important issue, needs further discussion. I would consider this a housekeeping issue, is we have to deal with the article from 2015 and $300,000, and what's the best way to pay it, either through a ban or use cash. And there is an impact should you use a ban versus using cash. Bill, could you elaborate on that? Through you, Madam Chair, is that all
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the money has already been spent. We're just,
We have a liability.
rather than rolling over the temporary bridge loan, which is what the ban is, we're gonna pay it, they wanna pay it off out of their undesignated fund balance. So that's all we're doing. Not determining what the use is or the future of the building, it's just a question of the funding for the expenses that have already been paid.
So what we're doing is we're going to be using CPC money for another town project.
No, he said
Basically.
We've already.
I
Said
mean,
it's
I
due.
understand that it's a historic building.
But he said it's a note that is due now.
Madam Chair,
Oh.
maybe, and I apologize if I wasn't clear on this. So when Bill approached me about this, Lou, and this is through you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I noticed something on our budget called a ban.
Yeah.
Bond anticipation note, and I questioned it. I said, what is a ban? Bill explained that when a bond can't be issued, the principal had to be paid. And Bill did a wonderful job trying to explain this to me, but I'm a little bit of a meathead when it comes to accounting and towns.
too.
So I said to him, Bill, what's the bottom line? And he essentially said, bonds are good, bans are bad. I said, okay, so how do we get rid of the bad, the ban? And I says, can we just pay it? You haven't issued a bond, right? The money's been spent. We spend in deficit, which I wasn't even clear on, but he said, we spend in deficit. This is a result of not being able to issue the bond. I said, can we pay cash? And he says, I don't know, let me ask bond counsel. And he says, okay, and when you do, also ask town council, and if we could just pay cash, we'll take it to a vote and pay cash. The answer was, it needs to go back to town meeting to change the scope of the original article from a bonded article to a cash article. All we're asking is that the select board insert an article to allow us to present that through Bill, because ban bad, bond good probably isn't gonna win over the day at town meeting. And let him do the explanation. We're gonna vote on it at our March meeting, and if it goes well, then great, we'll move forward. If it doesn't, we'll dismiss the article. This is sort of in anticipation.
Okay, thank you
Think
very
of, think
much.
of it,
We
think
have
of it as a home, think of it as a home equity line of credit. You did $300,000 of renovations on your house. Then your interest rates start going up. So the interest rate starts going up on that home equity line of credit. Oh, I've got a life insurance policy. It's got cash value of $300,000. Why don't I take the loan out on that at less money, pay off the home equity line of credit? That's all it is. That's all we're doing.
No, but there,
Thank you very much. Mr. McCrisky had a response to you, Mr. Gito.
No,
And
just,
then,
just a
Vice
follow-up.
Chair Cable.
Just a follow-up. I want to remind our colleagues here that in the 2000s, we gave the MBTA to use as a train station, a beautiful facility with windows and floors and heat and electricity and an office, and we had a vendor in there selling tickets and coffee and all that, selling the teas tickets. And what did they give back to us for $150,000? A piece of crap. A built-in, right? Yeah, what was it exactly?
175.
175, okay? They sold it back to us in deplorable condition, and they had agreed in the agreement where they took it that they would keep it maintained to the position in accordance with the way it was when they received it. So I would have no care to run that as a train station unless it was a benefit strictly for the town of Stoughton. Not to be served to just serve commuters, and whether it means flipping the building, which I'm not in favor of. I'm hoping that a lot of people want to keep it as a building in the town to be used by everybody in the town. And, but I hear that, it's all idea, I just want to make my ideas known as well. I'd have no intention of,
Thank you, Mr.
Madam-
McCrisky.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Gito.
My issue was not to send it back to the MBTA.
No,
to
I know
have
that.
it, to have it go to ruin again. But in fact, if we were going to have it, in fact, it would serve the people in town. And it would be a place where people could come and get out of the weather like they do in Canton and other communities as well. Framingham, which almost had a restaurant like Newton. But to figure out what we were going to do with it, begin to get to that point, and also to get to the point of saying, what is it that we want the CPC funds to be used for? I mean, I think it's wonderful that CPC wants to come up and pay cash to get the town out of a bind. I think that on the other side of the issue, the town should give some serious thought, and I'm not saying to put this in writing necessarily, but should think about giving that money back to CPC to be used at a future time when we can do that, so it can carry on the special things that the CPC was set up to do. We may have to go through this process because it makes financial sense, and we may not have another way to do it. But maybe we have a moral obligation to do something else and think about that. That's sort of where I am on this issue, because I think that the CPC funds are for special kinds of projects to the extent that we can do that.
So are you in agreement to
I
this
would-
article?
I think there's a misunderstanding of what's going on here.
Right,
because-
I'm
that's what
trying to understand what's going on.
Okay.
And I'm
Changing
trying
the
to put
funding
the
source, that's
parameters
all.
around what's going on.
I know.
Plain and simple, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
We've already recommended the money and town meeting voted to accept that recommendation. The original monies were bonded.
Yeah.
The town has a situation where they have a black mark. You don't need any more trouble with your bond rating. Myself, the chair, and one other member, the treasurer, decided it was worth putting an article before you. We'll discuss it as a committee in its entirety, If the committee decides, yes, we're willing to do this, then we'll vote it. If the committee says, no, we don't care, then the money's still available in a bond, we still don't have a usage, and it doesn't solve anything, and we dismiss the article. I don't mean to, I'm trying to walk delicately here.
I'm just asking for, I'm
And
open to a
I'm
motion
clearly
too.
not as delicate as I hope
Yeah.
to be, but
Vice Chair
I'm
Cavey.
trying.
Yeah, so
We want a motion. Oh, but
we're not
Vice-
asking for extra money. There's
No.
no additional money that the CPC is giving us.
Correct.
That they haven't already given. The CPC agreed to pay for this project. They said they would pay for it. So they wanted to do it through a bond, which means that they'd be paying the principal and interest on that bond. So,
I'm sorry, I
so,
didn't understand.
yeah, so now what they're saying is we'd like to just cash that all out, put the money in as cash, and walk away from this.
Correct.
right? So,
So can I have a motion on this? And a second.
I'm sorry, then, I think that I misunderstood this
yeah,
whole-
they're not gonna cover our debts. They're paying their own debts that they are liable to pay.
That is correct.
Vice, Mr. McCrisky.
Well, I'm gonna shoot a motion out,
Give me-
because, we started at 6 o'clock and we still can't get out of here.
And I gotta go sand,
Because I'm leaving in 10 minutes.
I'm with you.
Me too.
And so my motion would be that we move forward with the transaction as presented by the chair of the CPC and the town accountant.
Okay, and it's, a motion's been made and it's been seconded. Any more discussion?
No.
On the vote, Mr. Carrara?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cavey?
Yes.
Mr. McCrisky?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Gito, yes, and I vote yes as well. Town, Mr.
thought-
Calder,
Madam
how
Chair.
many more do you have?
One.
One, okay, we're right, almost
killing
there.
Madam Chair, I'll communicate
but there
to
was the money
yourself, the
renovation,
vice
the
chair, and the
350,
town manager what the
they funded.
results of our CPC meeting is on
Thank you,
this.
Mark.
Thank you.
very, very
They-
much.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yes, yeah.
The
Yeah,
last
that
article is a
portion,
petition
that
article
350.
that Mr. Laurie discussed earlier. He has graciously offered to withdraw the article if he's still on the same page, with an understanding that he and I will work closely in developing a policy to put forth before the board.
Motion to accept Mr. Laurie's withdrawal.
Second, can I get it, oh. No, go ahead. We'll come back to you with discussion.
Second.
Can I, you got a second discussion?
No, another matter.
Oh, okay, and on the vote, Mr. Carrara,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cavey,
Yes.
Mr. McCrisky,
A double yes.
Mr. Gito,
Yes,
and I vote yes too.
and an apology for the last 5 minutes.
No issue.
Because I didn't understand that the CPC had actually borrowed money.
Are we done?
And then Mr. Rowe,
Thank you, Madam Chair. This relates to Articles 62 and 63.
wait just a minute, let us get there for a second. 62 and 63, create opioid settlement stabilization fund.
Yeah,
and
so
opioid stabilization.
these will need a little bit of rewording, but basically it says, to see if the town will vote to accept the fourth paragraph of Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, which allows the dedication without further appropriation of all or a percentage of not less than 25% of particular fees, charges, or receipts to a stabilization fund established under Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, to be effective for the fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2024, or take any other action relative thereto. So what that law allows us to do is to dedicate a portion of fees that are collected to a stabilization fund. Right now, the opioid settlement monies that we get from the drug companies, that's general fund money. So what the Substance Abuse Department would like to do is dedicate that revenue stream to a stabilization fund and use that over the subsequent years to fund counselors and other things. So that would be the first part of it, and the second part is just to dedicate the money, to see if the town will dedicate all or a percentage, which may not be less than 25% of the opioid settlement funds, to the opioid settlement stabilization fund established under MGL Chapter 40, Section 5B, effective a fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2024, or take any other action relevant thereto. So
Thank
that's
you.
all. It's just a rewording of what's in there now. So.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. The board members did not pull these articles for discussion, so it seems that they are all set. And your rewording going to Mr. Tisdale and Mr. Coulter will be acceptable. If I'm wrong, then please speak up now.
I vote yes.
And vote
Well,
yes.
I just do have a question.
Okay.
Keep it super
Vice Chair
brief.
Taylor.
I know we don't have a number here, but do we have like an estimate on what the number is?
Well, they're not huge, but they're, they're substantial. Like, for example, in fiscal '22, I think it was 91,000
Okay.
from the Johnson & Johnson, and there's 4 other drug company settlements coming up, so, it's enough to hire a couple of counselors maybe, so.
Awesome, thank you very much.
A motion to adjourn if there's no further business?
So wait, do we have to vote to close the warrant?
Oh, we gotta close the warrant, okay. Motion.
Have we voted to insert all of these
Oh,
articles?
motion to insert all of the warrants.
All the items that we didn't, that are remaining.
Yeah.
Right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Then the second motion?
Motion to close the
Motion to
warrant.
close the warrant.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well.
Nice job,
Motion to
Bill.
adjourn.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I vote
Aye,
aye as
aye,
well.
aye,
Good night,
aye.
everyone, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
I'm calling you at